And coming from Minnesota, we know where Hormel is.
See, if anyone knows anything about food, it's people from Minnesota.
Hormel makes Canadian bacon too, so wouldn't they win either way?
Yeah.
Shush! Quiet,
No.
you.
All right, that interesting conversation we just had. Let's not have it at all during the rest of the stream. Let's everyone just sit here in like weird silence and let one person talk about Canadian politics the entire show.
No, heck no.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I jumped into last stream, but I was like, yeah, I know nothing about Canadian politics, so I'm just gonna go.
No, that's okay. It's the big part of it is she didn't seem to really get the difference between right wing in Canada and right wing in the U.S. are not anywhere near the same thing.
Yeah, nowhere close.
And by the way, if you folks haven't noticed, we're live. How the heck are you?
Woo!
Yay!
We're number one. We're number. Oh, never mind. Hi, Johnny.
Okay.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Long time, man.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I haven't seen you since I talked to you with Prometheus.
Yeah, on that live stream that we did.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was crazy. Don't worry, that podcast is dying off slowly and surely.
I haven't done a live stream for a long time myself.
It takes a lot of planning and time that I just don't have.
Oh, Purple's got it covered.
Yeah, he does. Good job, Purple. Way to carry my slack for me.
I'm doing the sloppy stuff here, but
yeah, just don't have anyone say anything crazy, and I don't have to make a video about it.
Oh damn!
Oh, I should leave.
Yeah, I'm still wondering what's going to happen after the 1st of August here, though. That we can't use Google Hangouts anymore.
Yeah.
You gotta use was it vid.me? No, it's not vid.me. I have a conferencing app that I use for my streams that the Geek Room uses.
Okay.
And I'll hook you up with that sometime off the air.
Discord is an option too.
Yeah, Discord.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Discord works.
Yeah.
I just signed up for G Suite so I can use Google Meet because
that'll be it.
It's basically Google Hangout for business. So I used to use it on movie night, and I think he's starting to use it again because Zoom turned out to be basically.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what was the problem you ran into at Zoom?
A lot of people, it seems that I was not the only one, were reporting that Zoom was slowing their machines down something awful.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of
That's
people
what I was about
saying,
to tell you about Purple, but yeah, let's not do that. Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people say that it just crashes on them or freezes up.
That would happen to me, and I had thought that it was simply because I was running Linux. I hadn't heard anybody else complaining about it. But then last weekend, last movie night, I mentioned that, there were more than a few complaints. So for a while, he was going back to Meet and seeing what was up.
Well, since I just now learned this about Zoom, I'm not going to be using that. So thank you for the information.
Oh, yeah, actually, I was thinking.
Yeah, Discord does voice and video, and it's free, and it gives you a chat area for people to interact when you're not on stream.
I like Discord, but how would that interact with OBS?
There is an overlay for voice chat for OBS. There's an overlay for the video and for the actual chat.
Oh, for that is integrated with Discord, or well, yeah, that's going to be my new thing.
Perp can't use OBS, so.
Not even the Streamlabs OBS version?
No, there's something screwed up about my YouTube account. that it will not send the stream key to any OBS.
What?
It is poo-poo.
It is caca.
There's got to be a fix for that. I don't know.
I think a
YouTube.
12-pound sledgehammer might do it.
There you go. That always
Why
fixes
ruin his
everything.
computer because of YouTube's an ass?
Oh yeah.
It's not his computer's fault.
You could switch to streaming to Twitch.
I've never used Twitch. I don't know anything about it.
He's just learned Twitter. I mean, take it easy on the guy.
Oh, there he is.
I'm actually wondering if everybody's just gonna like migrate to Twitch with all the mess that's going on with YouTube.
Okay.
YouTube's gonna.
It
be
wouldn't
dead here in the next
surprise
years.
me. The only problem, I've always run into a problem with migrating from one thing to another, is that when you're using something popular like YouTube or Twitter or something like that, and you move to something else that's a whole lot better, but it isn't as popular, people are going to look at you. People are not going to look at. They do look at you and say, "I'm not going to do that." And then you're yourself anyway.
Yeah.
A lot of the gamers are already familiar with Twitch. They already stream to it, so it's not a unknown.
I don't know. I hear bad things
Hi,
about
Mills.
Twitch.
How you doing, dude? My dude.
Why isn't Mills here?
He just came into chat.
Oh, he's just in the side chat.
Hey, Bob.
Yep.
Yeah, he said he's been editing all his thumbnails tonight.
Oh.
Oh, that's always fun.
I haven't even figured out how to do a thumbnail. Of course, I have no artistic talent of any kind.
I have
What is it? TubeBuddy? Is that what it's called? It's an extension for Google Chrome that works with YouTube, and it'll streamline doing thumbnails and stuff.
Yeah.
Just add some circles, some arrows. You'll be good. That's all you need. Some.
Yeah, no,
Here.
TubeBuddy's another one that's on a subscription, isn't it?
No. Well, it's got some features that if you subscribe, you can get access to those, but I've been using the free stuff on it. And
Okay, I didn't know they even had a free version of it.
I got the link from Progressive Liberal's description on his videos.
Sylvia, why are you getting amorous with my glasses?
Because it's Thursday.
Oh, okay. It's a good reason. Honey.
Hi, Sylvia.
It's just a Sylvia kitty. Yeah, just a Sylvia kitty.
Oh, that's a cute kitty butt.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Oh.
Diana's got quite a pussy.
I just want to scratch that area between the cat's butt and the tail, just where
It's called the dock.
the dock, yes. Although that sounds kind of dirty.
Same
but
as that
yeah.
a dog.
Like, hey, I want to scratch your dock.
You
Doesn't
can do
sound quite
mine, my
right.
kitty. Hey, you can scratch my kitty there. She'll bite you, but you can scratch my pussy there.
Yeah. Hey, honey, she says I can scratch her pussy there. Is that all right? What the fuck? When I told my
Bring it
wife I was
on.
coming on the stream tonight, and she says, have fun, but she gives me that look like she knows something is not going to go down that she's going to prove.
All right, you can't rub my pussy there.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I don't want to.
Maybe 10 years ago. Maybe 10 years ago, but I'm boring now.
Aw, you're not boring. You're faithful, and that's a good thing.
Ugh.
So many men aren't these days. It's good. It's nice to find a good one.
It's not about being faithful. It's just about hey, I don't want to give my wife an excuse to do the same thing. So
Yeah, that's true. Good
Yeah.
for good for one, good for the other.
yeah, a happy wife, happy life.
Keep telling yourself that, dude.
I will. It's the only thing that lets me sleep at night.
Without the pillow over your face.
Well, just long enough for me to achieve orgasm, but then,
Remember, the safe word is meatloaf.
Meatloaf.
You know why the safe word is meatloaf?
Why is it meatloaf?
Because I'd do anything for love, but I won't do that.
She went there. She did it.
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, trivia question for everyone in the chat and in our YouTube side chat. How many staves are there in a barrel, and at what degree are they cut? Answer at the top of the hour.
How many barrels?
How many staves are there in a barrel, and at what angle are the staves cut?
Yeah. The staves are the individual wood slats.
No looking it up, Diane. I can hear you tapping away over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it the right way and look it up on your phone instead.
I have no freaking idea. So
I got a barrel outside. I could just go look at it.
I've got no clue.
Yes, but will you know what angle they're cut at?
Oh, Johnny could figure that out.
I think I can figure it out. Yeah.
Pineapple belongs on pizza.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. It does.
Is that subliminal wording?
It is. It's part of my
Okay.
campaign.
The worst thing is anchovies on pizza.
Oh,
Exactly.
no fish on pizza.
Why is there such a stigma against pineapples on pizza, but people forget about anchovies?
But anchovies, no kid. I'm so with you. I tell
I
you,
have no idea.
anchovies are
we are
yummy.
so on the
You know
same
what?
page.
Do any of you know
Females-
anybody that orders a pizza with anchovies?
Ugh.
Ugh.
I don't know anybody.
I will.
I can't beat anybody.
I will do it just to be worldly, but I won't do
The
it.
only
happy.
place anchovies
Cruelty.
belong are in Caesar salad.
Just let them swim free. You know what, B
Yeah,
Mills?
see, Bob knows.
B Mills above. Pineapples belong on pizza. Deal with it. It's not a crime. We live in America. At least I do. Live in America.
Bub is
And
right.
Hawaii is part
Bub
of
is right.
America, and that's where pineapples grow.
Yeah.
So there,
They grow
Right?
in American soil.
America.
And you are just brainwashed by big pepperoni. So, your opinion doesn't count anyway. Because you're a cis white male.
Oh,
Dun, dun, dun.
it's all about the Hormel, baby.
Oh no.
Well, I'm not sure
Follow
about the
her
cis
mouth
male part,
conspiracy.
but
Oh, I don't know. I just assume because, it's the internet. Why not?
YouTube.
But seriously, what is up with the stigma? Why do people hate people who eat pineapple on pizza so much?
I don't know why it's gotten to be such a big deal, but
I don't know.
It's just a thing.
I thought it was funny because even though that video I made wasn't viewed a lot, it sure was divisive. Like, it really was.
yeah, I should go back and read the rest of the comments on that. Yeah,
I
read
know
the comments that were
Anti-Ordinary chimed in. Anti-Ordinary chimed in. She is on
well,
your
she
side.
won't be chiming in for about a week on anything. So
Why? What happened?
she got her account. Twitter suspended her account.
What for?
Yeah.
Who? What? Where? I missed what?
Anti-Ordinary got her account, her Twitter account suspended.
Well, yeah, how that happened?
I thought that was just a 12-hour. No, they did it.
No, it's a week, 7 days.
Oh my word! Oh my word!
I saw her on I saw her post on Twitter this afternoon.
Yeah, she's posting
And
from
she
her
said-
old account because her
And
the
she
one
said,
she
"See
was
y'all in
using.
7 days."
Mm.
And she went after that Jessica Yaniv or whatever that was.
Yeah, The ball waxer.
Yeah, yeah.
What about waxing balls now?
A transgender person going from male to female went into a waxing salon and insisted that a female working in the shop wax his balls. She said, "I'm not doing that. It's the whole you have to make a cake for the gay people."
Oh,
It's the same thing.
I'm just wondering who wants their balls waxed in general. Ouch.
Somebody who must be into pain.
Oh,
must be. And what I understand, anyway, somebody please correct me if I'm wrong on this, that waxing a set of balls is quite the different procedure to waxing a pussy. So
you can rip skin off those fuckers.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad this is a topic I'm glad I'm not an expert in.
You can rip skin off of a woman's nether regions if you're not careful.
Yeah, the
Can you
skin
imagine
is
doing it on
very
balls?
loose and thin. That's just.
Yeah.
So
I don't even have any, and I'm crossing my knees.
Yeah, the thing I was hearing,
part.
the thing I was hearing was that this person or these people or whoever they were refusing to do the waxing were doing so with good reason.
Huh.
Yeah, because it can cause damage.
Yeah.
All I know is I won't even shave down there. Fuck that. I tried it once. It itched for like 3 days, and I cut myself several times.
Oh yeah, don't be mowing the grass. I tell ya.
Yeah, nobody in my family shaves anything except the area under the mustache.
Well, supposedly it makes it look bigger.
I agree with that. It did look bigger, but you know when it's so small, it still kind of looks pathetic. So you might.
Well, it looks bigger on camera though.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of a joke from this. I can't remember the TV show. It was like a sitcom where I can't remember the exact sitcom, but there was an episode where some guy went to a pool party and somebody put hair remover in the pool.
Oh no!
And then it involved, and then apparently, like the guy's boss was at the pool party, and he's like, "Where's your brown cover?"
It sounds like it would be 2.5, something like 2.5 Men, but
no, it wasn't that. It was like The Office, but American. I can't remember the exact show.
Parks and Rec.
Parks and Recs.
I think it might have been. Like I said, I remember that it was like a pool party with hair remover and some old guy saying, "Where's your brown cover?"
Now I have to admit that I have to employ the services of a razor in that area if I'm going to wear a swimsuit.
Yeah,
because things get a little unsightly, and it's okay.
You can get a little hairy.
Yeah, pretty much.
That makes sense, but not for me. I'm just like, yeah. I tried it, didn't like it. Not for me.
Yeah, I have been completely shaved a few times, but not something I do on a regular basis.
Mm.
Well, my wife hates it because once it gets all stubbly, and when we decide to get romantic, and then we decide to get romantic,
and get rug burn.
Like, yeah, it's like, ouch! Why are we doing this to ourselves?
Are we having fun yet?
It's like if you took 2 belt sanders and just put them together. Something's gonna break.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, then you're gonna catch fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, Soul Watcher's saying in the side chat that it's basically that they didn't have anyone at the salon who had experience doing that, and that was the reason they were turning them down.
And who was not male, because you cannot force a female to do that. That is sexual assault.
Well,
yeah.
I think
there's a threshold there.
Well, the thing is that for me the biggest part of that story was that the procedures for doing like one set of genitals versus another are like different, and if you're not
totally.
if you're not prepared to do it then you really shouldn't, because there's no like rewind for messing up that sort of thing. It's like when you get a really bad tattoo that covers up your whole back.
Yeah.
Like
And if
there's
they-
no reset switch for that.
And if they injure somebody, they can get
Yeah.
sued.
Like Sloth Girl said,
Yeah.
you could really tear up the skin and there could be a lot of bleeding involved.
Yep.
Hey, just one sec. That was the sound of my second Guinness opening.
Nice. I need a beer. I wonder if I have any alcohol in the house.
Guinness sounds good.
Yeah, I'm debating if I should go with the alcohol or not.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
only
we're not
sticking
going to
to
let this one
Guinness.
run till sunrise like we usually do, though. Going to have
He's
to
gotta
cut it
fix
off
the
a bit
car.
earlier.
Well, I
Oh,
can
He's
stick
gonna
around for an
fix-
hour or so, but
He's gonna fix
2
the
Guinness
car
is bit for me.
tomorrow.
Yeah, well, tomorrow I just got to crawl under it to find out what parts I need to order so I can fix it.
Those parts, just parts.
Yes, it does have to be poured right, Beazle.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's probably finally burned out the catalytic converter because the thing is like 15 years old now.
Hey, but she runs like a champ.
Yeah, she looks pretty battered, but she's got it where it counts. I mean, driving down to Texas, I had her cruising at 75 for 3 hours solid without a break.
Texas?
Or driving down to Kentucky.
There you go.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Sorry.
I was like,
We're
when
working
did you go
toward
to
Texas.
Texas without me?
We're working toward Texas. We still got to get down to Faithless Forum somehow, but
Yeah, and then the only problem was that two wheel lugs sheared off. No problem.
It's fine. It's fine.
Two
So
out
Kentucky,
of 4.
huh? Did you go see the arc?
They went to the protest.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it
Diana,
good?
put up the pictures. Please.
What?
For favor.
Please put up the pictures from the protest.
Okay, let's see if I can. They should be right on my desktop, I think. Wait a minute.
Asking you nicely.
Yes.
Because I can be bossy.
Is that the one where you're wearing the Triceratops hat?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I've seen it on
Okay,
Twitter.
I'm gonna.
Absolutely.
I took them off to my to this thing over here, whatever you call that thing. So I'll have to. I thought they were still on my desktop.
The external hard
Well,
drive.
while she's looking for that, has anyone had a salted nut roll shot yet?
I did.
It is
painful
so
at the
good.
same time.
You get it's rum chata and butterscotch schnapps. It tastes, and you put a little bit of salt in it. It tastes just like a salted nut roll. Ooh, they're good.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Oh,
It's been a
My
Mine's
long,
favorites are slippery nipples, and it what is it? It's butterscotch
butterscotch schnapps.
and Kahlua.
I don't like Kahlua, so I do the
love
rum
Kahlua.
chata instead.
But it tastes
I like-
just like a hard butterscotch candy.
Oh,
Oh, it's so
It
good.
tastes like the Werthers. Yep.
off.
Kahlua and
Try
chocolate
that.
milk.
Try it with just a little bit of salt in it. You'd be amazed how good that salt makes everything.
Mhm.
Salt is yummy and tasty. Yes, it is.
Yeah, my brother is a chemist, and one of the things he does is he likes to make his own like homemade like mead or hard apple cider, and
Ooh,
when it's homemade and it's not like derivative.
a man after my own heart.
Yeah, he doesn't make it very often though, because it takes time
I love hard
he needs to
ciders.
collect the materials, and then it needs time to ferment. But it's the end product is delicious.
A friend of mine used to make wassail every winter holiday.
I've never had that.
It's pretty decent stuff.
It's a spiced wine,
Yeah.
a mulled spiced wine.
I think by the time I was old enough to try it, I had already figured out I like sweet stuff. So probably didn't try it because of that. I'm not a huge fan of wine.
I'm not either. Only a few specific ones.
For Perp, they have to be sweet.
Yeah.
I'm a Scotch drinker, so what can I say?
You're a what, Diana?
I'm a Scotch drinker.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, and you were right. I did some research about tonic waters. I cannot find a single one that doesn't have some kind of sweetener in it. I was shocked.
Yeah, and I
looked all over Amazon because I was going to send you some, and everything. Schweppes has it. Canada Dry has it. Even the off brands have it. It's like, my God, you people! I swear.
I mean, years and years and years ago, I could get a decent tonic that wasn't sweetened, and
Right.
I like bitter. I'm one of those few people that actually likes bitter tasting things. Yeah.
I did see on Pinterest how to make your own quinine or your own tonic water.
Yeah, I've seen some. What do we want to say?
Looks like a very detailed process, though.
Yeah, some people were posting caveats about that, where the Canona bark contains some other things that you don't really have in excess or stuff like that.
Yeah, you could actually overdose.
Oh, let's see. Okay, is it in here?
Oh my God, a kitty, so cute.
And then my other favorite drink is tequila shots with a side of pickle juice.
Okay, yeah.
It is. Instead of the lime and the salt, you get the brininess of the pickle juice. It cuts the burn out of the tequila. I don't drink. I don't have a drinking problem. I drink, I get drunk, I fall down. No problem.
No, I'm the one with the drinking problem. There's booze all over the house, and I forget to drink it. That's a problem.
Yeah, my problem always used to be that I'd forget to go out and buy it when the stores were actually open, because I'd never think about buying it until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So now he just buys it by the case instead.
Yeah, well, here there's nothing else to do.
I'm a car.
It's cheaper to drink at home than it is at the bar.
I don't know. I enjoy me a good Irish car bomb.
What's that?
What is that?
Irish car bomb is kind of like, it's like a half an ounce of Bailey's cream, a half an ounce of Jameson Irish whiskey, and then 3/4 of a pint of Guinness stout.
Ooh, wow! Yeah, I can see that.
pour the Baileys into a shot glass. You drop it into the cup, and then you just drink it all. Yeah, it is good.
Kind of like root beer bombs.
Yeah, kind of. But yeah, the first time I had an Irish car bomb was in Vegas, and it was a good night.
I'm a vodka drinker.
Oh, I tried vodka one time. It's not for me.
I have to stop buying alcohol. I'm running out of room in my fridge for real food.
I usually just buy 1 6-pack and make it last a week. So
well, I've got Bailey's in my fridge. I've got vodka in my fridge. Now I have rum chata, and I've got schnapps, and I've got some. Have you seen the new Mike's Hard Lemonade? The tangerine pineapple ones.
Oh, you mean like Mike's Harder Lemonade, or is that one?
Yeah, but it's tangerine pineapple. It's amazing. Oh, love them.
They're little one. Come on, I have to be able to use my trackball.
Has anybody had a lemon drop shot?
I've had it a long time ago in a strip club.
They're good.
I'll try anything in a shot once.
Mm-hmm.
When I tried,
because remember, vaccines are good for you.
Yeah.
Actually, fun fact about vaccines, just off tangent. my younger brother actually has a lot of allergies, and he recently got his vaccines earlier this year, and there were some complications that the doctors did warn my parents about before the procedure, and based on his recovery, most of those are mild. They look like they lasted about a week or two. I don't see any long-term problems, but still, there's a
But he
reason
was
why
warned.
there are side effects to like vaccines, and I understand at least my parents' concern when they were talking to the doctor before getting the shots. So I kind of get that part, but honestly, at this point, I'm going to say that the shots are going to do my brother more good than harm.
Now, was it
Right.
to the egg vehicle in which they grew the virus, or what was it?
Probably.
Yeah, my brother does have an egg allergy, so that's a good
was it.
contender. It's not
'Cause
the
a lot
only
of-
possibility. I mean,
No.
he's allergic to wheat and
Right.
rice and half a dozen other things. But yeah, egg is probably
But like 90% of the viruses are grown in albumin,
Yeah, right.
which is an egg product.
Like I said, he seems to be getting along
That's
well.
why I can't have the flu shot. I have the same problem.
There we go. Okay, let's see if we.
Oh yeah, I saw you like photobomb Aaron Ra's like intro to his speech. Is that you, Purple?
Yeah, actually, the pictures from the protest, I've managed to photobomb, I think, 4 channels now.
Yeah.
Okay, then. All right.
Yeah, I couldn't make it out that far.
On Paul's channel, where else was that?
On Size Strikes.
Oh yeah, of course.
And I can't remember who else I was watching that had done a thing on the protest. They were smaller channels, but I'd have to go through my list again.
Well, you do stand out.
Yeah, and you talk about stand out. There's the guy who stands out, man. He's the first person you see when you're walking down to the green.
Yeah, being surrounded by people helps.
And it has been confirmed, ladies, he is a sexy beast.
Oh yeah, he's a cutie. Oh my word!
Down, Diana, down. Girl, back. He's mine.
He looks about
I get first dibs.
He's like a longer hair version of one of my uncles. I don't think that uncle is as staunch an atheist or anything like that as Aaron, because that's hard to top.
Right.
But, yeah, he's like my uncle, but with longer hair. I have an uncle very similar. And last I saw my uncle a couple years ago, he might have changed his appearance since then, but last I remember him, he looked like that. Aaron with shorter hair.
Yeah, you had all the long-haired guys because you had Noah there as well. No Illusions, who's another cutie.
Long-haired freaky people need not apply.
Yeah, I couldn't grow my hair long. It's too. Our family, my family tends to have really curly hair when we grow it out, so it's just a tangled mess. So we usually like cut it like midway or even short.
Well, that was my problem when I was young, and my hair grew from 0 to whomp in like a week and a half. It wouldn't grow long; it would grow out. When I would go to university, it was in a small town, Marietta, Ohio, in case anybody wonders, and the only barber in town was horrid, icky. Blech. Didn't trust him for shit. So I would let the hair grow for the year, and by the end of the term, I looked like a white Jesse Jackson, basically. The hair was like that. City Parada.
Al Sharpton.
So yeah, well, Al had that whole that hair went up, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it sort of grew along the inside of the fez there. Oh man.
Yeah, my brother kind of when he actually grew his hair out, it was like an unpermed Bob Ross. Like imagine Bob Ross but without the perm. That's what my
Nice.
hair looks like.
Hey, there we go.
There he goes.
Hey.
And that's Sloth Girl Proxies. Everybody say hi.
Oh my! Aaron is such a sweetie. He really is. I love that man.
That's the real Sloth Girl. Oh, Diana.
Yes, dear.
Did you happen to see on Twitter that somebody made Simon Dan fan art?
I think I saw that.
I don't know that I saw that.
Was
Basically, it was a picture of a flat Earth, and he dropped it on the ground. There was a baby in the chair, and he go ah, and then the baby was a flurfer.
Whoa!
And Dan just goes, "Whoops!"
I forgot that
I said,
one was
"That's
there.
nothing." I've had fan. Now on Cirrus's channel this week, somebody made fan art of Fluffy Cirrus. So I've had fan art done of my fan art.
Nice.
I know. My crowning achievement of the week.
There was also the instance where her fan art stood in for a debate.
I probably did a better job than
I forget who it was that Cirrus was debating with, but he just got so tired of it that he just put the plushie up on his desk in front of the camera and walked away.
Yes.
Okay, but that picture of me with Aaron Ra, I also got his signature. My sister had given me a bumper sticker on my last birthday that said Bigfoot saw me, but no one believed him. And I got Aaron Ra to sign that, so I'm going to be framing that with that picture. And for anyone who has not heard Aaron Ra's Bigfoot story, I'm putting the link in the side chat.
Oh, it's a beautiful, beautiful story. I actually got him to tell that story on my channel when he was there. That's one of the best stories Aaron tells. Definitely.
Yeah, well, the link in the side chat is just a 2-minute video, so it's real quick. If anybody wants to step over and hear him tell it.
And just to let everyone know, in the side chat, this is also a fundraiser for Doc Fearsome.
Yay!
So give what you can if you can. If you can't, that's okay too.
Yeah, well, and even if you can't give, if you can share the link around to more people.
Yep, the more people that see it, the more money he'll get.
So I mean, even if you can't afford to give anything, please send the link out on Twitter or any social media that you use.
Is the link in the side chat?
I'm dropping another copy of it there, but it's
right.
also in the description under the video.
I will do that then. Oh, there it is. I will share this on my Twitter.
Oh my. Okay, now, if you look really hard, you will find just a little bit left to center a certain lavender lady discussing something or other with a certain size strike as he was photographing Eric Murphy.
Yeah, too bad we can't zoom in on that a little bit.
Why? Then we'd have the face reveal, and that's up to Sai to do, not you.
No, I don't think I'm in there. I think that's just Diane and Sai Strike.
No, I think you
we don't want to.
You took that picture. Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't want to face reveal Sai Strike either, though.
And if you have
that's true. Sai Strike has not actually done a face reveal either.
No, he has not.
Had a picture for that too. Diana, you've got them all there. I'm not.
The picture for which?
With me and Sai Strike.
Oh yeah, it's going to be coming up. Yeah, he does not do a face reveal on that one, so that's kind of safe there.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're zooming back. Let's see, where are we here?
Yeah, these were just ones I took from the other side of the road just to get everybody who had signs.
There you go. Now, just you don't see the face, so almost off screen to the right. There you got. There you have Cy, and then you have Old Fat and Ugly standing next to him.
Okay, there. I
Who's
locked
that?
it on so that Diana's will stay up there.
There we go.
There we go.
There they
Dun,
are.
dun, dun, dun.
Hey.
Dun, dun, dun.
I like your Professor Stick shirt.
Yeah, I that actually arrived just the day before I left for the trip.
Yeah.
Nice.
Talk about close.
Yeah,
Oh.
just adding that to my collection.
Speaking of, did you manage to get it degreased?
Not entirely.
90%.
He's still got a smudge on his face, and the shoulder's more gray than white.
He looks like Professor Stick has a zit. That's all.
I haven't
Yeah,
watched
'cause
a Professor Stick
unfortunately-
video in a while.
Is
Have
that
you
a
been
tape
fishing
protecting
down?
it?
I have
Have
not
you
yet been fishing. I need
Diane,
I need to go. Because the thing is, well, the cooler, the makeshift creel is down over here, and then the stuff is in the back room. I have to go and get a license. It's not as expensive as I thought. It's only about 20.
You don't have to have a license if you don't keep them.
Well, I was kind of thinking I might as well eat them. If I caught it.
Ugh. I don't know. Enjoy your mercury levels.
Well, hey, I ate fish that came out of Lake Erie that I had caught that afternoon.
Eesh.
And, that didn't. No, actually.
See, it worked. See?
No, we would fish quite a lot on Lake Erie when I was a girl, and
At least it's not at the East River.
there were a couple of times. My uncle took me out fishing once. It was goddamn. We're in his 13-foot boat, case of beer, box of cigars. We're both drinking beer, smoking cigars. I'm 14.
This must have been.
Anyway,
Was
happens
this
on the
about the
boat
time?
stays on the boat.
Yeah. So was this about the time of those Flintstone ads for the cigarettes? Or
Oh my! That's a little after. Let's see, 14, 67. This would have been about 71.
Like I said, what happens on the boat
Yep.
stays on the boat.
And then there we go.
There's rationale says mercury is delicious.
There you are. And
Oh,
if
and by the way, I made and painted purple sign.
And if you look closely, just over this guy's shoulder, about falling off of the left side of the screen, you will see a No Illusions talking to Old Fat and Ugly over there.
Gotta stop using that reference.
He's a sweetie.
Purple's not in that. Purple's not in that picture.
Oh my!
I like that. I like.
Whoa!
Oh, that's right. He's just old and ugly, not fat. There he is. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, because it's a pain
Nobody
in the
saw
arse.
that.
Nobody
Saw
saw
what?
that. It's a pain in the arse when those are interspersed and everything, and I can't remember where they are. So you have to go, quickly by them. Oh, and there. Oh my word! Oh my word! This is over at Jim Helton's house.
Okay, old and fat, but not ugly by any means.
It was just great to be sitting around the table with all these people talking as an equal. I mean,
Is she smoking what I think she's smoking?
looks like a regular cigarette to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they just said regular cigarettes. I don't think
that's
anybody.
a cigarette. No, and that's heat.
Yeah, what you're thinking of is probably going to be a little fatter.
Yeah, that's heat, by the way.
Cigarette.
Depends how you roll them, baby.
That's what I would know from personal experience.
That's no illusion.
My brother knows from personal experience. I just saw him do it.
You
but
just
I did
inhaled,
not. I
right?
did not inhale.
What was the funny thing here is Jen Aldrich, who is to my left. She would be off my left shoulder. She is heavily flirting with me all night. Meanwhile, her boyfriend is right there. You know?
Yeah, so more the merrier.
She was basically just throwing herself out there for anyone who would take her.
Pretty much. Oh, man.
My mom would probably call that a test. I don't know why she would call it that or use that phrasing, but that's probably how she'd describe it. I mean, if it was actually in front of the boyfriend.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much she had discussed this kind of thing with the boyfriend beforehand, so...
Yeah,
I know you may not have inhaled, but you breathed deeply.
It's my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong about this. That the relationship between those two was kind of new at that time,
and nothing wrong with being open either.
Yeah, and it was cool to hang out with Theron Ra. You know, not just because of his celebrity status, but he is just a good storyteller.
Oh, and he's a big sweetie. He really
and you like his whiskey.
Yeah, what was that cinnamon whiskey that he brought in?
Oh, I am not sure at all. I didn't try any of that. I didn't get a chance to try any of that.
Yeah, I took a shot at this is an interesting picture.
Yeah.
My camera's too slow to get action shots. But he had actually told Alex to punch him as hard as she could in his side.
With that much mass, I don't know.
It has something.
You gotta be careful. You'll end up flat on those Cheetos.
Well,
you might crush the Fritos.
Yeah, well, he was saying with this movie that he had a part in recently, that when they were shooting that, you know, the girl was supposed to be the murder victim. So the girl was supposed to be stabbing him with a knife. So the way they filmed it was she, pulled it behind her back and dropped the knife and then punched him in the side. And the director kept saying that wasn't hard enough and kept telling her to reshoot it and do it harder, like 7 times. He said he thinks the director just wanted to see somebody beat up on him.
Are we still talking about a murder? Or are we talking about something more suggestive? No, you need to hit him harder this time.
He just wanted to see Ron Ra get beat up by a girl.
I actually would probably pay money to see that.
Yeah, it sounds like
I would too.
In the context of like a film shooting,
I'd pay money to beat him up.
I'd see it if it was on pay-per-view. My mouth is all dry.
Honestly,
well, I don't know, when this film is coming out or even the title, but I'm sure we'll hear about it and you'll be able to see somebody kill him.
I mean,
it's going to be an independent movie or an independent film.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And I guess this has got to be my favorite picture of the whole set. Aaron and I are simply talking about something, and it's nothing special. Can't remember exactly what it was. It was that non-special, but it's nothing posed. Nothing. It's just
casual.
2 people talking as equals. That's the amazing freaking thing about that stuff.
Well, Aaron spent about half of the time talking about alcohol of one sort or another.
Yeah.
I mean, Psystrike actually tweeted when he came back that he got to hang out with the cool kids.
There you go.
I had responded that I don't think anyone ever considered me one of the cool kids before.
Yeah.
Oh, you're cool.
The funny thing, one of the best things that happened all night is earlier in that set where we were all sitting out on the porch. I forget what it was we were talking about, but whatever it was, it engendered me making the offhand comment. Well, I was born in 57. Aaron wheels around. You are older than I am? It's like, yeah. It's like, I knew there was 5 years between us, but I thought it was the other way. So he's thinking I'm 52. And it's like, okay, I'm flattered.
I was actually surprised to find out that he's older than I am.
Yeah, he was born in 62, if I remember.
Yeah, he's 2 years older than me.
Perfect age for me.
Yeah, that puts him about my dad's birthday. So, yeah.
Kitty cat.
It's a Sylvia!
Yeah. There is Kitty just after we got Diana home.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go.
Where the hell you been?
Thanks for having me, but I gotta go do dad
Night.
stuff.
Okay.
Night.
Well, thanks for
Yeah.
hanging out. We'll talk to you later.
I had never seen one of these truckers' chapels before. That was amazing to encounter one there.
Yeah, for anybody who's not familiar with this is actually a traveling church in the back of a semi-trailer.
Oh, I've seen them before. I used
Only
to
in
live,
Kentucky.
well, Midwest.
No, not only in Kentucky. My dad was a truck driver. They frequent truck stops for truckers.
Yeah, they do have them all over. I have actually seen them in Wisconsin at truck stops.
Yeah, we had a truck stop at one of the close to the neighborhood where I grew up. So occasionally I'd see one. It wasn't a regular occurrence by any means.
But that one's in Florence, y'all.
Yeah, they can make it up to the Midwest.
And then we have a few repeat shots here. Okay, these without the date stamps are the ones I took. Oh, this was great. He Aaron was discussing, shall we say, with fundamentalist Christians, as is wont to happen.
Energetically.
Yeah, the girl almost off the right side of the photograph, and then the guy just to her right. Say again.
The one in the gray shirt?
Yeah. And then the guy in that sort of black and white paisley thing. Those were a couple of Christians.
Straight edge guy. Straight edge.
I actually got to have a little bit of a discussion with her, and I had asked how it was that they liked she liked the technology and the science when it comes to like the phone she's holding and the internet and all this other stuff. But when it comes to demonstrating that life was not created specially and everything else, and then it's not
Sky Daddy.
Ooh, I know this one.
And then she immediately came back with, well, it's not the science, it's the interpretation of the science.
Oh, that's not the response I was thinking of.
Okay.
I was thinking of, well, this is observable science. What you're talking about is historical science. Were you there? That's what I was thinking of.
Oh, my.
And what do you say to that, Diana?
I say, okay, if you are away from home and a burglar breaks into your house and steals everything you have, you cannot prosecute that person, right? You cannot accept any evidence that police may find because you weren't there. The police weren't there. There's nothing to observe.
Yep. And actually, in a courtroom setting, an eyewitness is about the worst evidence possible.
Yep, absolutely.
Because they know that by asking the right questions, they can get whatever answers they want.
Yep.
They actually have,
and not only
they actually have specialists that can go in and tell the prosecutor what questions to ask this person to get the answer they want out of them.
Yes.
Yeah,
even if the person's being asked honest questions, every time you recall a memory, you edit the memory,
Yep.
basically, every single time. So even if you think you're being honest and people are asking you honest questions, you can still get things wrong.
Yeah. The way my psychology
it's that
teacher,
measure of you doubt yourself.
Yep.
Did I actually see what I think I'm seeing?
Mm-hmm.
The way my psychology teacher described it was that memories are a remix, and it plays a little differently every time it's rewound.
Yeah.
Yep. And if somebody is really adept at psychology, they can edit your memories by asking you questions in a specific way.
Yep. And it's all in the matter of wording.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's like, have you stopped beating your children yet?
Yeah, well, that's a question.
If you say yes, that means you are beating your children.
That is a question.
If you say no, you haven't stopped beating them yet.
Well, there was no point to continuing after they stopped moving.
Huh?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that was a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek response.
Well, you know it's a question that there's no winning answer, so why not go dark?
Yeah.
Well, dark comedy can be misconstrued.
It can be the sign
at
of
least
a
my
sick,
family
sick
has done that
mind.
multiple times.
Yep.
Big sweetie over there. No illusions.
Yeah, and the other guy with the long hair is kind of cute too.
And then and then what's really fun? Okay, notice Noah. He and I are about the same height. That is Noah's wife. That is Lucinda, who is about 3'6". Well, not exactly. But, it's an interesting admixture, if you will.
Honestly, I'd put her in the 4 feet range.
Yeah,
no, I'm exaggerating.
Diana's actually about the same height I am, so you
I
can
don't know.
see
4 feet
that.
small in my mind.
Yeah, well, you can see that she doesn't even come up to her shoulder. So
I'm usually like the shortest person anywhere because I'm 5 foot even.
So am I. I'm
And then
actually 4'11" and a half.
My husband's closer to 6, so yeah, there's a
my
and
second.
that's it.
Oh, this is
My
the
second-
unboxing of the presents there.
Oh,
My
okay.
second
We
husband-
can do that. We can do that.
I'm 4'11" and a half. My second husband is 6'2". It was
My
hilarious.
My mom was 4'9", and my dad was 6 foot even.
Watch it, Diana's got a knife.
Bullshit.
She'll cut you.
Yeah. I have 2 older brothers. One of them is like shorter than me by 6 inches, and the other is taller than me by 6 inches. So, yeah, heights can be weird.
And then,
we brought a care package for Sylvia. That's what Diana's opening.
There were 2 boxes. There was one for Sylvia and one for Diana.
And then one for Diana. And then, there's the other height match, which, oh my, Bionic Dance and I are within a half inch of each other.
Ooh. Makes things easy.
Yeah, she would just have me. Damn it.
Yeah, understanding that.
Oh, man.
That is said cooler.
Yep. There's Kitty.
Kitty.
Too bad my
There
my family has allergies. We'll just have to stick with the 2 dogs and the guinea pigs.
It's a kitty.
I'm allergic to kitties, but I can't imagine living without one.
Super glue a long tail onto the guinea pig and you're doing all right.
Well, if it was just one person in my house that was allergic, maybe, but it's multiple members, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And then there's, I haven't started coloring anything yet. I'll have to do some coloring.
It's good for the nerves. A good wind down before you go to bed.
And then
And
here's
of course, Kitty likes box most of all.
Yeah, we bring her all these great new toys, and she wants the box.
You know what I want to see?
I just want to.
I want to see, and maybe I'll have to do it with Sylvia. I will have to get her a cardboard box that is packed in another box. and get to see which one she wants. Is she going to want
The purple
box, or is she going
Afghan.
to want the box game in?
The purple Afghan.
I actually have that here, and Samuelson wants the smallest possible box that he can fit into.
Is it like a fort in their minds, or?
Oh,
They're
Well,
saying-
it is a defensive
Yay.
thing. It's that nothing can come at them from the sides. You know,
Or
nothing
behind.
can sneak up behind them.
And there's
And
still
that thing that-
there's Sylvia's blanket.
Yeah, no, yeah. All the work I put into that, and it's a cat.
Oh my!
Maybe the cat sleeps on it? I wouldn't know.
And the box Diana was holding was an original, still in the box, Ron Poe Peel Pocket Fisherman with instructions in 3 languages.
Yeah, that look is.
Yeah, Sloth Girl actually matched the thing. Well, there's the sign. Sloth Girl was saying she painted the sign for me.
Yeah, we've come full circle here.
But why don't you? But why didn't you think 42 for yourself?
Huh?
Oh, that's a reference to 42.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh,
Okay.
look, 42 is
But
the
that
meaning
was-
of life.
Yeah, I am.
Hey, Sylvia!
I am thanking you very much, Purple, for that one. Yeah, because that was might be the highlight of my adult life.
Really?
Oh, face it, it was
If
just
it
meeting
isn't,
around.
it's close.
It was a fun trip, but yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's hanging out with Aaron Rye afterward was really cool.
That was the amazing thing. It really was. I love that man. I had the chance to work with him. Let's see, a couple of times when I was working with NCG Studios. Then he came on my channel back in May when we were talking the thing up. But being there in person is just something else again.
Tell him the story of when he actually saw you walk in.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, this amazes the shit out of me. We're on the green. And finally, Aaron's through with talking to the Christians and all this other stuff. I start walking toward him, and I point in his direction and say, "Hey, do I know you? Have I seen you somewhere before?" And there's this big smile coming from the Aaron Raw person. Hey, how are you? You know, it's like, you're actually happy to see me? What? You know,
He actually knows who you are.
that's the amazing damn thing is he actually does remember me.
Well, you're unforgettable, Diana.
Well, I guess the whole thing is I guess I'm that person that you would really, really like to forget, but you just can't.
Who are you?
Yeah.
Hey, Perp, who's this crazy nut on your channel?
Yeah, well, and I'm just wondering why it's still stuck on Diana, regardless of who's talking. That
Oh, I gotta go.
it's indicating that I shut that off, but it's not showing anyone else.
I've got to head out too.
Okay.
I'm wore out. It's been a long day.
Alright.
Okay. Now I'm seeing
Well, remember to donate to Doc if you can.
When
I'm
is
seeing the people switch.
Okay.
But are the people switching on the YouTube channel?
I wasn't looking at the YouTube thing.
They're switching on Hangouts for me.
Okay. For some reason on mine it seems jammed. Because I'm seeing Diana
Strawberry or
regardless
grape?
of who's talking. Okay, well, if it looks okay to everyone else, so it's no big deal then.
The thing is that even on the YouTube, for some reason, it looks like it's stuck on me. I mean,
Okay.
Because
Night,
you're just so
Bob.
fabulous, Diana.
And then there's Sylvia. It could be stuck on Sylvia.
Meow.
Sylvia's the good kitty.
Night Bob, Night Witch. Okay, so on YouTube it does seem to be stuck.
Yeah, it does kind of seem to be stuck for some reason. Although it is switching here in the base chat. The one. It's not that you're doing through OBS. You can't do OBS.
Yeah. Now I'm looking at the Google, and on the YouTube rather.
Yeah,
it does seem to be stuck on it.
Because I'm looking at your avatar right now, and then now it's Sloth Girls, and there's going to be some latency.
Yeah, the YouTube's like 5 seconds behind.
I'm already subscribed to you, bub.
Oh man, when am I going to?
Yeah, go ahead and post your links, bub. You've got it, Wrench. You can drop your links in the chat.
When am I going to hit? I have to see here, just for the hell of it.
For the halibut?
Yeah. Okay, I am at 369er. So I'm amazed that I have that many subs. And I'm not even a Dom, you know?
Okay. What happens if I hide? Okay. Let's see.
Okay, now we're starting to switch.
Okay, I actually had to hide you from the chat and bring you back before it would reset that.
Oh.
I don't know why, it just wasn't resetting properly.
Just because she's so fabulous.
Well, also, she's the only one who actually has a camera here.
Well, I have a camera. I just choose not to turn it on because you don't want to look at this ugly mug. I'd scare small children.
Oh, come on. I've never complained about looking at it.
I eat small children.
Kinky.
It's really fun. Every now and then I'll be at I'll be shopping somewhere or whatever. Let's say grocery store or Squalmart or something like this, and somebody is going by with a cart, with the kids sitting inside the shopping cart. And I'm putting, how much do they want for one of those?
Hey, I didn't. What else can I find those in?
There you go. And every now and then, somebody might be holding the kid or something. I'll put dinner. And
somebody did that to me once when I had my kid in the shopping cart, and I'm like, no, I'm just taking him over to returns. He's defective.
Okay.
How much for the little girls? How much for your women? I want to buy all your women.
And what's your crime? Stampeding cattle? What? Stampeding cattle? That's nothing. Through the Vatican? Ooh, kinky.
Oh, man.
And they rode a blazing saddle.
That's one I never got on DVD.
I have it.
I don't have that one. Okay.
I have it.
Okay, if you got a copy of it, then I don't need it.
I think I do.
Now,
now I gotta go look.
Can you get the unaltered Blazing Saddles anymore? Because believe it or not, the Slimy Bastards took me to see Blazing Saddles as a first run. I don't think.
Oh, with the fart still in it. With the fart scene.
Well, the fart scene was there, and then the one that I saw at the theater.
The sheriff is in it.
I had never seen this one elsewhere. Is when what's her name? The dancing girl is
Madeline Kahn.
Well, whatever her character's name was.
Lily Van Stoop.
There it is. She and
I don't have it. Perp.
She and the sheriff are in her dressing room, and then you hear, "Is it true what they say about you people?" And then the light the light goes off, and it's true.
Oh, it is.
Excuse me, ma'am, but you're sucking on my arm.
It's true. It's true.
I don't remember that line, but I never got to see it in the theater. The best I got to see was, on cable TV, so at least it didn't have commercials.
The sheriff is in it.
Yeah, with the bell tower going off. Yeah.
I was in a discussion one day about that, about, whether or not they could even make movies like that today.
Oh, hell no.
And the darn thing is that Mel Brooks was a master of making that stuff that is usually offensive funny. He truly made it funny.
Yep.
And he meant absolutely no insult by it. He just wanted the joke.
Right, yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, some of his movies, he even threw in some anti-Semitic humor.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he can, though. He's Jewish.
Yeah.
He can get away with it. Oy vey.
Yeah, but that was part of it. That
Spaceballs.
he was making fun of his own people as well, so.
Look at Spaceballs. May the schmaltz be with you.
Yeah, that's a good example. There was a lot of that in there.
And I'm trying to remember.
It's actually May the Schwartz be with you, but I like schmaltz better.
I forget who delivered the line in, I believe it was in The Producers. Was it now? Okay. If it weren't for fags, kikes, and gypsies, there would be no entertainment.
There would be no Broadway.
Yeah, there would be no Broadway. And it was funny, for Christ's sake.
And nobody got butthurt over it.
Yeah.
Because it was supposed to be funny.
Now, I'm not at all going to go out in the street using language like that. No good thing. But, my friend Al absolutely loves Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
He auditioned with him for The Producers when Al was on Broadway.
I think you need to explain to everyone else who your friend is here.
Oh, Alan Ruck. He and I were high school classmates.
Who's that?
Have you seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Bueller. Yes.
Okay, do you remember Cameron?
Oh, okay. I know Cameron, yeah.
That's Al.
Yeah.
Isn't he dead?
Hell no.
No.
I thought I read somewhere he committed suicide.
Oh, no.
There was an internet rumor about that, but I don't know where that started.
Okay.
I don't know where that started. No, he just wished me a happy birthday. It was happy birthday, scientist. So I said back to him, thank you very much, actor.
Yes, Robert X. I'm reading this.
Yep, Robert, I'm watching it.
Bueller.
I don't always get it all. I miss some things that run in the side chat, but
it runs in the side chat.
That's another one. I'd love to get down to LA to be able to sit and have a beer with him, but I have not been in the same room with him in 45 years. We do correspond back and forth, but it's as I said about Aaron, it's different when you're right there in person.
Hey, Diana. How far is it to your house from the Pittsburgh airport?
Night, Angie.
Okay, to get to me from the Pittsburgh airport?
Yeah, how far is it?
I'll tell you in a minute. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Let's get directions. Come on, you. Come on.
Dreams.
Why is this thing not... What the hell, man?
It's because you're in the chat with me and my computer's infecting everyone else.
Yeah, because it's not going to Google Maps the way I want it to.
That's right, Soul Watcher. I agree with you totally. The reason Mel was so funny is because stuff was true.
Yep. Well, and
here we go. Now I'm able to open it.
I grew up in a community that was like 85% Jewish back in the 70s when I was growing up. And the Jewish people do not have a problem with laughing at themselves.
No, it's still not working.
So it's like a lot of the stuff that people get offended for being anti-Semitic, most of the Jews I knew don't really care about. course, that's the general problem with the people who are PC all the time. It's like they get offended on behalf of all these minorities, and if you ask the people who are in the actual groups, they usually don't give a shit.
Just don't mess with the matzo balls and Manischewitz, and you're good.
Okay, now we've got that. Let me see. Yeah, for whatever reason, this is just okay. There's
It's poo-poo.
okay. There we go. 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 Okay.
Ding.
What I'm gonna do is do the bicycle route because that tells me about. Okay, it's around 40 miles between me and the
Oh my
airport.
goodness. Yikes.
Yeah, I'm to the southeast of Pittsburgh, and the airport is to the northwest.
Wow.
And we're and it's on like opposite sides of Allegheny County.
So I'm guessing
wow.
that with the public transit, you could probably get there, but it'd probably take you like 2 hours up on the bus.
Well, let's find out because this one has a
Bus? Is there train, subway?
okay. To take routes to take the Route 69 to the Route 28X.
Ooh, 69. That's what she said.
Okay, that's 2 hours 22 minutes. And this is going from me to the airport. Okay, 59 to P1 to 28X. That's 2 hours and 11 minutes. P76 to 28X, but the P76 doesn't run all day.
Hi.
It's only one of those morning and afternoon rush hour routes. That is an hour and 44 minutes. But yeah, well, this is the whole thing about where I live. The Purple can tell you. It's in the middle of and
kind of like us, we're in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere.
Pretty much, and there's only one way in, one way out, and that's US.
That's what she said.
US 30, and there are only 2 bus routes that serve this neighborhood, and each of them runs only once an hour, and it's a very
no
limited
train,
reach.
No subway?
No, subway doesn't come out here. The light rail here in Pittsburgh is only for the white people.
I am white people.
Well,
Last time I looked, anyways. Well, yeah, I'm white people.
It's a matter of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's probably the same thing they did, in Minneapolis, St. Paul.
They put it in the good neighborhoods and not the bad ones.
Right.
Yeah, when they started canceling the bus routes, they started canceling the bus routes to the neighborhoods where people couldn't afford cars.
Right, and then this is the really, really intelligent thing to do, because the people who need the bus to get to work, to make to earn the money that keeps them off of as much
public
food
aid
stamps as they would otherwise need, are getting the way to work cut out from under them. Go figure.
It's just the man's way of keeping everybody down where they belong.
Oh man, it's just poo-poo-ness. It really, really burns my something.
Really butters your biscuits? Really mashes your taters?
Yeah, that might be it. That might be it right there.
That's my favorite new one. That just mashes my taters.
Oh man, but yeah, it's and I don't know why the hell. I don't know why the hell this thing was not going where I wanted it to go on a simple left click. I would probably have to reboot this whole thing to get it to do that, and it's just too much work.
Yeah, I have some trouble with Google Maps about not wanting to, do the routes I want it to look at.
Well, for me, it's everything.
Like in Cleveland? Oh no, that was your GPS.
That was my No, but I mean,
Did you get lost in Cleveland?
Oh, Tell
No,
her
I-
the story.
It wasn't in Cleveland. It was in Ohio. You know how there were a couple of places with the construction where it would split and the middle lane would be blocked off and you could be in the right lane or the left lane?
Oh yeah, I think we ran into one or two like that.
Yeah. Well, I wound up going to the left lane, which was blocked for several miles, which then meant I could not get over to the right-hand exit. So I could not get to the exit for Toledo.
Oh, I spent a week in Toledo one night.
Yeah, but
I should.
since I couldn't get the exit for Toledo, the next rest area was 50 miles ahead of that. So on the way back, I had to find an alternate route. So instead of going through Detroit, I wound up coming up through Lansing.
Toledo, Ohio. I spent a week there one day.
Yep. I don't know if there's any place. Is there any place in the U.S. that's any more boring than Toledo?
Cleveland at 4:00 in the morning.
How about where we're living?
Station.
Yeah, I'll grant you, especially if you're downtown.
In the bus station.
Oh man, it's been a very no, it hasn't been a very long time since I've been in that bus station. No, it's only been 7 years. And I went to visit my friend. Got her husband all worried.
Yeah, I went to visit my friend. 29 hours on the bus from Minneapolis to Syracuse. Have 4-hour layover at 3:00 in the morning at the bus station in Cleveland.
Was it only 4 hours? I thought it was longer than that.
No, it was a 4-hour layover in Cleveland.
That's the last place you want a 4-hour layover at 3 in the morning.
Yep.
No kidding. Luckily, I made friends with this other lady on the bus, and we kind of watched each other's back.
Now, see, actually, when I made the same trip on the bus a couple of years before that, I actually got into a rather interesting discussion, and it's like, it was this group of people you have never expected to be talking to each other, because one of them was an Amish guy, and one of them was a goth girl with the stretched earlobes.
Gauged ears?
Yeah, with these rings in them that I could have pretty much used them as bracelets. It's just really a strange combination of people to be having a conversation with.
Oh man,
There was nothing else to do for 4 hours.
The one I used to like when I was at uni the first time in that small town in Marietta, Ohio, when I was forced to go back to their house for breaks, as much as I didn't want to do that, I would take the bus up from Marietta to Cleveland, and there were these, especially when you would stop in college towns, people would get on, and you'd be sitting in the back getting high, just smoking up on grass.
When you could still smoke on the bus.
Yeah. But you would stop at, let's say, University of Akron or Kent State, and somebody always had grass. So the rest of the way up to Cleveland, we're all getting high.
So it doesn't really matter. I think Cleveland was the first place that I ran into a Tim Hortons.
Tim Hortons in Cleveland?
I think so. I may be wrong.
Oh, yeah. Along the Ohio Turnpike, they've got Tim Hortons in a couple of the rest stops.
Shows you how long this is.
Yeah, and this was in the Cleveland bus station. It was the first place I ever saw Tim Hortons. I was like, what the hell's a Tim Hortons?
Wow. Shows you how much I was looking. Well, I did go via the Ohio Turnpike when I went to Chicago. So yeah, I guess I would have seen a Tim Hortons at the rest stop. Were I looking for it? Okay, what do we have?
Yeah, Robert, that would actually be nice. Although I've got a feeling they probably wouldn't want to take us over there. I don't know what your immigration policies are.
Yeah, and if you don't mind the snakes and the spiders.
No, Robert's in Germany.
Oh, mein Freund.
That's that's okay, Sloth Girl. I thought he was in Perth too for a while.
Yeah, I'm getting him mixed up with the other guy.
Yeah, well, at this
Mark
hour of the night,
Caesar.
you expect the Australians, but I haven't been seeing them coming in our chats much lately.
Yeah, you have a special chat just for them, and they don't show up.
Well, it's the middle of the day. Most of them are actually at work for them.
Losers.
Oh, here we have something.
These people who have to have paying jobs and be productive.
Yeah, I know
members
all
of
this
society.
adulting crap. Yeets.
All right. Dateline 18 July 2019. Tim Hortons finally arrives in Northeast Ohio, and we'll be there for opening day today on Facebook Live around 9:30 a.m.
This was like 2014 that I went to Syracuse.
Okay, because I guess there was a Tim Hortons arriving in Akron.
Oh.
Well, and it was actually sometime right in between when I went to Syracuse and when you visited. So sometime between 2009 and 2014 that the Tim Hortons started showing up in New York. They didn't have them when I first moved there. They showed up a couple of years after I moved there.
Yeah, I'm still mad at you in Purple, Diana, for not stopping at a Waffle House when you were in Kentucky.
I'm trying to remember. Did you see one around
there?
there?
There was a sign for one. You know, when we came out the road from the hotel, when we turned right to go to the highway, if we had turned left, there was a sign for a Waffle House. Like,
oh, okay,
I could walk down that direction.
Because it would have been so appropriate for you to order ham and eggs.
Well, that was the thing. I was wearing my ham and eggs T-shirt on the green.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You should have gone to Waffle House and ordered ham and eggs. Ham and eggs. Ham and eggs.
On the way back, we did stop at a Kentucky Fried Chicken in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
The Colonel was not there.
Oh, Colonel's long dead.
Well, yeah.
Harlan Sanders, yeah.
Death isn't the handicap it used to be.
There you go. Yeah, they've got...
That's actually from one of the Hitchhiker's Guidebooks.
They've got stand-ins now, but it's just not the same, you know? Harlan Sanders was Harlan Sanders.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, you know, they've got the character that they've got played in the commercial, but yeah, it's not the same.
And the one I could not stand at all was the...
Reba McEntire.
Well, the commercial set, or whatever you want to call it, where they turned a cartoon Colonel into a rapper. It was like,
oh yeah,
no.
Yeah.
That's right. Creepiest fast food mascot ever. The King from Burger King.
Yeah. Okay, catch you later, Robert.
That dude is just freaking creepy. Night, Robert.
Yeah.
Take care, Robert.
Yeah, that King mask. I don't know why they, and they keep bringing him back every now and then.
Yeah, it looks like Purple and maybe Sloth Girl. Do you remember the Batman TV series?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
With the Batsuce.
Then they had the character on their false face.
Yep.
And the Burger King reminds me of that false face. It was that whole plastic mask thing going on. Yeah.
And it's perfectly all right if you accidentally call me by my name, Diana. I don't mind.
Oh, Fufu.
It doesn't bother me if you do it. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, this is the darn thing. I have to remember what's good for whom anymore, because there are so many people I'm coming to know here in the community and online and everything else, and some of them are out and open, and others are not. I mean,
I'm just saying I don't care either way. So
with me, I'm I'm as open as I'll have to think of.
Well, I run into that too, and I just figure, if there's any question, just use their online name.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't call her Lav. It sounds like the bathroom. Hi, Sylvia.
Mel, you is the kitty, and you is
She
being the
knows
kitty.
it.
Why is you being the kitty?
She's a kitty and she knows it.
Sylvia, why are you stepping on my keyboard?
It's better than stepping on something else.
No, she's done that once or twice.
Yeah, well, I always have that problem that I have the keyboard in my lap, and he'll like sleep against my leg, and even in his sleep, every now and then he'll stretch out a paw, and he'll reach up and hit the escape key or one of the function keys, because that's the top line on the keyboard.
Yep.
Oh, and by the way, the answer to the trivia question, which I was supposed to do a half hour ago, is 32. And they are each cut at
36.
a 5-degree 36, and they are each cut at a 5-degree angle.
Okay, now wait a minute. Is that the ends, or are those the edges, the sides?
That's the edges.
Okay.
Because you put two 5-degree edges together, and you get a 10-degree angle.
And 10.
So then you've got 36 10-degree angles.
Yeah, that one I should have known just from my geometry, but I haven't done shit in that in so long. I can't even do the simple stuff.
Yeah, it made sense.
It was a Jeopardy question the other day, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I don't write my own material.
No, you just have to steal it from people and go back in time and use it before they do.
Yeah.
Oh, I finally.
Because then you can sue the original author.
I finally caved and put in my air conditioner too, Diana.
Okay, I actually had to run the air conditioning a couple of days during that heat wave that we just had.
Right.
Right after I had paid the bill on the last one. So what's nice about it is that I know how much extra I had to spend for the air conditioning to keep the little one happy, and to keep you cool. What's the word I'm looking for? Purple. And then I'll know how much I will have spent when the next bill comes in 3 weeks.
Right. Well, that's what's nice about here is it's a flat rate. It's $15 a month added onto my rent. So guarantee you, I run that thing 24 hours a day on the coldest setting I can get it. It's Arctic in here.
Okay. Bye, Soul Watcher. We'll catch you later.
Take care,
you Purpley, you got to show Diana pictures of your birthday party. Or didn't you get them put in your computer yet?
They should be in here. I got to find which file they're in.
Yeah, they have to be because you posted some. Of course, you might have seen them on Twitter too.
We have the little one over here engaging in self-abuse.
Self-abuse?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That means she's licking her own pussy.
Oh, that's not abuse. I wish I could do that. I wish I was that flexible.
Yeah. The price we pay for bipedalism, you know?
Here, we can do the birthday party videos. So, decoration setup. And that's my sister-in-law. So, just dinosaurs all over.
Oh, my dinosaurs.
Oh.
Well, he got his dinosaur party.
And before I was even as old as they are.
Well, barely.
You'll notice all the sauropods hanging around the veggie tray there.
Tray.
Yep, because they're Brachiosaurus.
Okay.
And Lego dinos.
No, wait, did I see something that looked like a dolphin?
Yeah, but he didn't want to be left out of the party, so he was pretending to be an ichthyosaur.
Okay. Now I got you. Now wait a minute. In the bowl, what is that? A bowl full of marshmallows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the crock pots was full of chocolate dip.
Chocolate fondue.
Yeah. So one of them was chocolate, one of them was cheese sauce for dipping all the stuff in.
It was the La Brea tar pits and a volcano.
Yep.
Oh man, do they still do those wooden models of the Triceratops you've got over there?
You can find them occasionally. I actually had that one. I had the kit from quite a few years ago. I don't even remember where I got it, but yeah, it was still in the box. I'd never put it together.
I put it together.
Yep.
And I would have painted it purple and orange, but I did it last minute.
So that's my nephew and his girlfriend.
Okay then. Yay.
Yep.
I talk about fat, ugly chicks, huh?
Nah.
Purple and I actually matched. No, totally unintended.
Yep. Well, and here's the guy I had on the dashboard of the car for the whole trip.
Yep.
The Triceratops with the Viking riding him. And that's my mother.
Oh my.
That's the lady that birthed him.
Yep.
And the lady in the middle is... Go ahead.
Yeah, that's my Aunt Faye, and the one kind of behind the balloon streamers is my brother.
And that's how long my hair is.
Yep. No, I don't know what I just said.
She's got nice hair.
Okay.
I'm the one in the purple shirt. That's how long my hair is.
Oh man, I just cannot grow my hair like that. I wish I could.
It's taken a very long time. Now, when I was married in 1994, oh my God, I had a Dorothy Hamill wedge. I haven't cut my hair since.
Okay, there's the cake.
Yeah.
Isn't that awesome?
Now, what did you do? Did you rent a space somewhere, or is that?
No, that's the community room of the building we live in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And they let you use it for free. It doesn't even cost nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, we just have to let the custodian know, what day we want it on.
And it even has a kitchen in it, so you could go down and prepare food and stuff.
Boy, you have all the luck there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the building does have a couple of nice little extras here. So there's all of my birthday presents there.
Oh my. So, okay, you got some Reese cups for your birthday.
Yep. Yeah, my
Fearless peanut butter cups.
Yep. And they were the dark chocolate ones. And that's my aunt, drew the envelope here. And the Sinclair dinosaur was the only one that she could remember, so that's what she tried to draw there.
Oh, great. I remember the Sinclair dinosaur.
Remember that? So do I. There was one
Lego kit that makes different dinosaurs.
There was one of the Sinclair dinosaurs in Minnesota over where we were living on Rice Street. And we could never find a way to cut the legs off of it and actually steal it.
Oh, I knew how to cut it free. We just never had a truck.
Yeah.
I could have gone over there with my angle grinder at 2:00 one morning.
Yeah, after the gas station.
Cut the bolts off of the feet.
We just wouldn't have had a place to put him in the apartment. He wouldn't have fit.
Well, like I said, I was going to cut him out and make a couch out of it.
Yeah. Yabba dabba doo!
Yeah, I was just going to cut the center section out and, there would have been a couch you could have sat 3 people in.
Boy, I tell you, some of that stuff that dates way back that reminds me of how fucking old I am.
Yeah, well, one of the things that bothers me is that gas station changed from being a Sinclair to being a Quick Trip. So I wonder what they did with the dinosaur when it changed hands.
I don't know.
I don't know, but I
That's not
wonder.
a Quick Trip up there on Rice Street.
Yeah, it was. Because
Is
even
it?
when I was living there, that's where I first started getting the bags of milk.
Huh. Shows how long it's been since I've been up there.
Yep. Yeah, because even back when I was living with Connie, that had become a Quick Trip.
Oh, the good old days.
People keep saying that, and I keep wondering when those happened.
They never did. No, people manufacture those memories. It's those very, very few good moments they just put together into one scene.
Yeah.
Like your birthday party.
Well, see, and I think that's my problem, that I've dealt too much with reality all my life.
Reality sucks.
And I seem to have missed out on a lot of things that most other people enjoy.
Reality's overrated.
It is.
Yeah, pretty much.
It never turns out the way you want it to. But anyhow, don't do that.
I was just stretching. I don't know what you're doing.
No, you do that and I start yawning. Thanks a lot. Of
Well,
course,
that wasn't to you on. That was your fault.
Bite me.
No, we discussed that. It would get complicated for you, and I wouldn't really pay that much
It'd be
attention.
awkward.
Yeah.
Why ruin a perfectly good friendship? Well, imperfectly friendship.
Yeah. There's too few people in this town I can talk to as it is, so.
And a lot more of them you don't want to talk to.
Well, that's what I mean. If I'm not going to do the hunting and fishing and sports, there isn't anything I can talk to many people here about.
Oh, man.
We watched a great program this afternoon. It was about dinosaurs. Because when you get Amazon Prime, you also get Amazon Prime Video. And they had Planet Dinosaur, so I had to buy the series. And Purple and I were watching about dinosaurs.
Yep. Some interesting new stuff in there. A lot of the ideas about dinosaurs have changed an awful lot just in the last 10 years.
Oh,
Don't tell Ken Ham.
That's what I really like about what Aaron is doing. The whole systematic classification of life thing.
Yep.
I was like, can't
I
help
love
it.
that.
Yes, absolutely. I know they aren't coming out quite as regularly as they used to. Well, I know he's doing all kinds of stuff.
Aaron's a little irregular.
Yeah, it needs Fletcher's Castoria.
He needs a little Metamucil, huh?
Well, I think the problem is that Aaron's been traveling a lot more doing speaking engagements.
Yep, that's.
And then he's probably getting ready to go to Africa, so.
Yep. Getting ready to go on that paleontology dig.
Lucky son of a. Fricka.
Yeah, even if they're not going to get any dinosaurs, it's not the right age rock for it, but.
I still would kill to go.
Well, shit, how many dinosaur fossils do you find on the African continent? I can imagine you would find some, right? But
no, a lot.
Actually, well, they didn't for a long time. They were basically only looking in North America and Europe. But yeah, like in the last 20 years, they have found quite a lot from Africa. And basically they're finding them everywhere.
With this show we were watching today.
Yeah, that they've even basically once they stumbled across something and started looking, they've even found that there were actually quite a wide variety of dinosaurs up in the polar regions. That they're finding around Alaska and northern Canada.
Okay, that would make some sense because everything was contiguous.
And China.
I'm trying to remember now. Was Gondwana 240 million years ago, or was that
something like that? Yeah, but by the time of the dinosaurs, the continents were pretty much splitting up. And that's one of the things the show we were watching today mentioned, that there really weren't any land bridges between. It's like all the northern continents were still kind of linked, but there weren't any land bridges to any of the southern continents. So they found different species down there.
Yeah.
And actually, South America was actually fairly isolated for about 60 million years. It wasn't connected to anything. That it broke off of Africa, and it had to drift quite a ways north before it ran into North America.
I liked how they were saying that a lot of dinosaurs actually had more feathers than they thought. I thought that was fascinating.
Well, that's another thing I'd been reading, was saying that, that they found evidence of feathers in almost every family of dinosaurs. Even ones you wouldn't think of, like the ceratopsians and the stegosaurs, that they found indications that they might have had some feathers.
Yeah.
And that, well, because of the way that, it all branches out, that these didn't necessarily all come from a common ancestor, but that feathers in dinosaurs evolved separately 3 or 4 different times.
Nothing wrong with that.
In groups that were already divided before any of them showed evidence of feathers.
And there's the interesting thing. I'm thinking about these things, and I don't know what any paleontologist would have to say to me about any of this. But when you have feathers evolving 3 or 4 times, when you have eyes evolving at least a dozen times, kind of gives me an idea of how easy it is to manufacture that stuff.
Yeah, well, it's like, the basic stuff must have been in the DNA already, and it just didn't get activated, and then whatever conditions caused it to activate in several different groups.
And they said a lot of them weren't for flight or even for warmth, but for display purposes.
Yeah,
they was just shaking them for the sake of shaking them.
Yeah,
for courting purposes and intimidation.
Well, and like if their arms had feathers, it made them look bigger. It made them look like a much bulkier creature, so they could use them for display and intimidation.
And then mating displays, of course, too.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm the biggest one, and I'm the biggest dinosaur. Mate with me, I'm big and strong.
We're pretty. I can imagine where dinosaurs kind of appreciated pretty, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and that was one of the other interesting things in the show, was that they were saying that because some of the fossils they found have been so well preserved, that they
were able to find pigment.
Can actually determine what color they were, because some of the fossils were preserved with such detail that they could actually see the pigment cells from the feathers, and that by doing comparisons to birds, they could figure out which color feathers these dinosaurs had based on the shape and the dimensions of the pigment cells.
Oh my. And
so that they were saying that there was a lot of, like, the particular dinosaurs they were talking about, they were saying there was a lot of reddish brown and orange and there was probably some yellow and, then some black and white patterns.
What you eating, Diana?
I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to open up a bag of leaves.
Ah, leaves are good. Leaves are healthy.
Yeah, the only problem is, well, my doctor wants me to eat leaves, and she wants me to eat fish, and
Right.
a lot of the stuff she's talking about is more expensive than this stuff I usually eat.
Right.
But I can get a bag of leaves for about $1.50. The only problem is there are the days where the leaves just never do satisfy me, and
Yeah.
I'm eating 4 bags in a day.
Yoink. Well, at least it's not spoiling. You don't have a problem with spoilage, right?
Right.
Because if you have to let them sit, actually put a dry paper towel in the bag, and it actually will extend the life of the greens for about 3 or 4 days.
Oh my.
Yeah, you
Because
need
the
to put
paper
something
towel
in there.
actually wicks the moisture.
Yeah, you need something to absorb the extra moisture so then they don't get slimy.
Yeah, which is always the problem with the leaves I buy at Shop and Save. Not Shop and Save. Save a Lot.
Yeah, listen,
I've taken to buy my leaves at
just take,
Walmart of all places. They're usually
right.
better looking, better, fresher.
Yeah, like I said, just tuck a dry paper towel in with the leaves, and you'll get about 3 or 4 longer days out of them. Perp actually taught me that trick. I didn't believe him at first, but it works.
Yep.
Should I tell you what I had for dinner, Diana?
Say again?
Would you like to know what I had for dinner?
Oh, let's see. What did you have? Did you have fried grasshoppers?
No.
Chocolate covered ants?
No.
Boiled mealworms?
No.
Aaron actually says that crickets are pretty good.
Yes. I've seen crickets. He shot video of him doing that.
No, I had a 3/4 inch thick T-bone steak.
Oh, holy shit.
And a baked potato and corn on the cob. Oh, it was so good. It was my one splurge for the month. They had T-bones on sale. $6.99 a pound.
I was going to ask what on sale meant. Yeah.
$6.99 a pound, which is up from the $9.99 a pound that they usually are.
Yeah, because I haven't. Oh, I cannot remember the last time I actually ate beef.
So I actually went back and bought a couple at that price.
It might have been. Okay, let me think here. I was living in the Homewood neighborhood at the time, and it was a Good Friday. So let's see, not this Good Friday.
Eating beef on Good Friday.
Oh yeah.
Blasphemer.
My ex and I used to go to the local steakhouse on Good Friday.
Yes. Nobody else was there.
The wait staff loved us because there was actually somebody to wait on. They were getting tips that way.
Yep.
You and the Jewish people.
Here in Pittsburgh, it's a Catholic theocracy, basically.
Oh yeah.
Yep. But let me think now. Okay, that was 19. 18. That was another one too.
1918.
17.
You're not that old.
It was probably 3 to 4 years ago that I last had a steak.
Oh.
Didn't realize it'd been that long for you.
Yeah, when I was at Walmart, I was a couple of months ago, I found a cast iron grill pan.
Oh my.
Oh, and it was only a Calphalon for $20. And it's perfect for just one steak. So I get that thing searing hot and I throw the steak in there. Oh, it was so good.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. That is definite moo.
Yeah.
Well, it was before they killed it, but
Yeah, that too.
I cooked it just a tad too long though. I like it medium rare, and this is a little bit medium well, but it was still really good.
Oh man, the last time I had that steak, basically what happened was I was musing on Facebook
Ah,
prior to the Easter season or whatever the hell it was, and I'm basically saying, "Gee, do I want to go to a steakhouse this Good Friday because I hadn't been to one in literally years? Because
right.
my ex and I split up 10 years ago." Um, and
Best
then,
moves you ever made?
Doc's asking what you think of beef shoulder.
Me?
Yeah, he's just asking if anybody likes beef shoulder.
It has to be cooked right.
yeah,
It has to be cooked low and slow, otherwise it gets real tough.
Yes, that's right, Robert. We breed suicidal cows.
Excuse me?
We breed cows that are depressed that they want to
Oh,
die.
well, what we need to do
no, I pissed him off and he told me he said eat me, so I did.
we need to breed the animals that actually want to be eaten. You know, like Douglas Adams wrote about.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't know about beef shoulder. I used to, when I lived in New York, we got the pork shoulders really cheap.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
You know, and that's I would do those in the slow cooker, and I do pulled pork a lot.
Yeah.
That's the cut I use when I do mine.
I would get pork shoulders for New Year's Day.
Yeah, well, that's, you know, for about half the year in New York at Wegmans, I could get them for like 99 cents a pound.
Nice.
So it's like, yeah, I couldn't even buy chicken that cheap. So
yeah, but the cheaper chicken.
The Slovaks would always do pork and sauerkraut for New Year, the New Year's meal. And then, of course, the other thing was you could not eat chicken. It was against everything that existed to eat chicken on New Year's Day.
Really?
And the idea was that the pig roots forward, so you're making progress, whereas the chicken scratches backward, and you're losing ground. And one of my aunts swore by that whole thing.
Okay.
The one New Year's Day that you served chicken for dinner is the year her husband, my uncle, had his first heart attack.
So I can't have pork anymore.
Does distressed leather come from extremely tense cows? That's Doc Fearsome.
Yay, Doc! Yay! And have we dropped the link to the GoFundMe lately?
Nobody else is in there but us and Robert.
Yeah. Pretty much, I think it's us and Robert X and Doc Fearsome are the only ones watching.
I was so impressed with the latest donation to the GoFundMe. That was amazing. This person bought $200.
Yeah.
GoFundMe. It was like, wow, that's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a long way to go, though.
Yeah. Well, as I've been saying, you know, doing a fundraiser in the last week of the month is not going to do well. So,
right.
You know, I think after the beginning of the month, we'll probably see more donations for that.
Yeah, hopefully, because that would be so nice if we could get Doc an entire vehicle, or at least get him a large part of the way toward one.
Yeah.
And I probably don't want to bring any of this want to bring any of this up here, but
Uh-huh.
the stuff that was going on this after
Yeah, let's
yesterday
not.
afternoon, I was not impressed.
Let's not leave it alone.
I didn't see any of that until late in the evening after it had pretty much burned out. But
And
the
we're
main
hoping to
thing I
leave it
saw
burned
was
out.
that when I got onto Twitter, it said I had 99 plus notifications. And I'm like, yeah, then I got in there.
Yeah,
Donna had told me about the initial message and just seeing everybody's replies on that.
as soon as you see 99 notifications, okay, somebody's had an argument.
Yeah. Yeah, I should have known
But-
that this was just going to be a bunch of drama that we didn't need.
But we'll just let it go. Don't even
Yeah.
discuss it.
Well,
I think he's realized the error of his ways, and
yeah, I think it's
I was
blown over now.
apologized to adequately. So
Yeah.
let's not turn it into an essence of tweet thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
God, no.
No.
Yeah, I think it's blown over, and I think it's just gonna, it'll go.
Right.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Actually, what I should do when I get these bags of salad, I really should get a bag of Bako bits for each bag of salad.
Hey, they're soy, so they're good for you.
I remember first time at uni, they would have they would serve chili. Sorry, not chili. That was the pepper. But they would serve up the salads, yes, and then they would have the Bako bits. And the guys that would hang around all at one table, they would always ask me, "Hey, do you like a little salad with your Bako bits?"
I gotta get to Cincy and get some Cincy chili, man.
And then the pepper on the chili, I would sit there going, shake, 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 shake. I should have just taken the top off and poured it on.
I've heard Cincinnati has some good damn chili.
Are you speaking of the Cincinnati chili?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
I heard Cincinnati has some damn good ass chili.
Oh yeah, I've actually made some. I did an episode of my cooking show. The very first episode, as a matter of fact.
Oh yeah.
Okay, we got Randolph showing up in the chat now.
Hi, Randolph. How are you? As Diane would say, how the hell are you?
Oh my.
Okay, he's asking about a quote, if anybody knows what movie it's from. Why can't we all just get along? President James Dale, performed by Jack Nicholson.
Oh, was that Mars?
So what was Jack Nicholson in as the president?
Was that Mars Attacks?
Yes. Randolph just said it's Mars Attacks.
Yep.
I loved that film. Trying to remember if I have a copy of it here or not.
But then again, Robert X, 10 people giving $100 each will make 1,000 as well.
Yeah, well, like, yeah.
Just kidding. Just give what you can.
We're not going to do the give till it hurts. That, we don't want anybody putting themselves out further than they can afford to.
No. Absolutely. No. Hi, Sylvia. Kitty, 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 kitty.
There she is.
Can she actually hear me?
Does she know you?
Do you have audio speakers? Can she hear me?
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Sylvia.
Because Diana doesn't have her headphones on now.
Okay, then she's just ignoring me. Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the way this microphone of mine works. This Blue Yeti. It's quite selective in its pickup, so you don't get a bad echo. Yeah, it was worth the $115 I paid for it.
Yeah, I'm actually wearing the headset just to use the microphone, but I've got the sound coming out of the speakers.
Mm-hmm.
Meow. Meow. You want to talk to Sylvia? Huh?
Meow.
Petunia wants to talk to Sylvia.
Yay.
Well, that's when Sylvia or Columbia is going at it, Samson gets right up in the screen.
I swear we should all just put our cats online and just see what happens.
I had proposed that instead of our regular icons, everybody should just put up a picture of their cat, and we do the chat and see how long it takes people to figure out who's who.
No, I think just put them all on the screen and let them talk to each other.
One thing
I don't think I get.
One thing I would dearly love to find out is how well Sylvia and Columbia would get along together. Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
I'm not obsessed, am I?
Nah. I forgot I had popcorn. Cool thing about staying at the bar late on Monday nights when I clean out the popcorn machine, she gives me all the leftover popcorn.
Including all the unpopped kernels?
No, she's really good about that. I said, I don't want the unpopped ones. And then what I don't eat, I take out and I feed to the pigeons outside.
Okay.
So at least they're not just throwing it in the garbage, you know?
Oh, man. And one borough I used to live in Homestead Borough, it was a $300 fine for feeding the pigeons.
And this is that popcorn machine popcorn, too. It's not... It's good stuff.
Randolph is saying that if we put just the cats meowing on a chat for 20 minutes, it would probably go viral. But Samson's not that vocal. You know, he doesn't make any noise unless there's something going on.
And Petunia's really only vocal when she wants something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Sammy said. That usually it's like, you know, he's telling me that something's out of place, that, you know, somebody has disturbed something important in his world.
And then the cat got the T-bone from the steak. Not that she chews on it, but she likes to lick all the juice off of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about you. Speaking of that, I should probably put it in the garbage now. Ugh.
I was actually somewhat surprised when I read that cats in feral colonies were not all that vocal.
Meow.
No, they mostly meow to communicate with people.
Mm-hmm.
When it's just cats, they make very little noise. Because as hunters, they don't want to give themselves away.
Yeah.
So they mostly communicate with body language. And most of it has to do with the tail. So then I always wonder about the breeds of cats that have the little bobtails. Does that put them at a disadvantage? Is that like the cat's equivalent of being autistic?
No, it's their being mute.
Yeah.
Well, the what's the one that has no tail because of
the Manx?
A bad, is that the Manx? Yeah, the bad allele in the spinal formation.
Okay, Randall, we'll catch you later.
That was artificially selected.
Well, but there are some wildcats, like the lynx has a very short tail.
Yeah.
But see, they tend to be more solitary. They're not really in social groups much.
Mm-hmm.
The cat I want is an Egyptian Mao. Those hairless ones, they're cute. Yeah, that's right, Sylvia, an Egyptian Meow.
Actually, if you look at it, most of the Egyptian words for animals are more like making the sound the animal makes. Like the Egyptian word for donkey is Eeyore.
Oh.
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
the Egyptian word for donkey is Eeyore.
So I think that's true of most of the animals.
So in other words,
they didn't really have names for them. They just imitate the sound.
So that's where A. Milne got the name for the donkey?
Yep.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Eeyore. And then, like I said, and then the cat is the Egyptian Mao, M-A-U, because it's Mao.
Yeah, I know in Chinese, in Mandarin, the cat is Mao, but I forget what the inflection is. because there are 3 inflections. There's a rising inflection, a falling inflection, and a rising falling inflection. And the same phoneme can have 3 different meanings depending on the inflection.
Well, you know, the word homeowner has the word meow in it. And now you'll never say it right again. Now you'll be a homeowner. Huh. Oh, kitty. Hey, no biting.
But that's all she does.
No biting. No, she scratches too. And she's like, I wouldn't bite you if you wouldn't try to rub my tummy. Brat. But anyways, it's getting late.
It's only 3 a.m.
I know, but Purple's got to get up
you.
in the morning. Purple's got to get up in the morning so he can have a look at the car.
Mow.
But you can go as long as you want. I'm just saying.
Well, and unfortunately, Gail sent me a text that.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, asking if I could help her move some furniture. That it should only take about 45 minutes.
3 hours later.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't tell Diana what she tried to do. Well, never mind.
That's family business. We don't really need to get into
that's
that
private.
No.
It's private. Never mind.
Yeah.
You didn't hear that.
Didn't hear what?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. That's what I tell Karis all the time.
So decide to eat leaves?
We have discussions from time to time, and as we, you don't talk about that anywhere else, and to talk about what? Okay.
Exactly. So are you eating leaves?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good girl. Help you keep that girlish figure.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe get that girlish figure.
8.5 months pregnant figure.
Nothing wrong with that. Oh.
Not for somebody who's child free.
Or is she?
Never had
now that truly would be a miracle.
Well, that's your problem. You're eating too many of them.
Mm-hmm.
Eating too many children.
Yep.
Gosh, it's warm in here. Yikes. Even with the air on. Oops, sorry.
You got the bedroom window properly closed up?
Yeah, it's shut.
Yeah. I wonder why it hasn't cooled off more for you then.
I don't know, just seeing it is cool in here. It's just because I'm not in my chair, so I'm not closer to it.
Yeah. As long as there's enough in the bedroom for you to sleep.
Oh yeah, I got the fan going in there. It'll pull it in there.
Man, it got nice and cool last night. It got down into the 50s over here.
Well, unfortunately, with the air conditioner in the window, I can't open the windows. So even if it's nice and cool in here, it doesn't do me any good. So, anywho's, gosh, it is after 2.
Yep.
Yeah, almost 2:20.
And I never did check with Jason to see if I needed to take him tomorrow.
Oh.
He'll probably call me at 10 o'clock. Where are you?
Yeah, maybe, but Jay's supposed to be back, so.
Yeah, but if Jay's back, Jay's got to work.
Yeah, well, I don't know what hours.
Him.
I don't know what hours he's going to be working, so I don't know.
So what kind of meat do you get from a cow off the internet? Emu.
Who?
Emu.
Emu. Okay. There
Oh, well, it
is
didn't work as well as I thought it would.
there is a butcher down in what they call the Strip District. It's the food district of downtown Pittsburgh. You can actually
The
get
stripper
emu,
district? Yep.
emu,
Ostrich burger
kangaroo.
is amazing.
I haven't had any of it yet.
Ostrich is amazing. Get ostrich burgers. And it don't taste like chicken.
Okay. Well,
It actually tastes more like beef than it does chicken. There used to be a restaurant in Minneapolis called Fuddruckers, and they specialized in hamburgers. Basically, make your own burger. They give you the basic burger and have all the toppings and stuff.
yeah, I remember Fuddruckers.
And every summer, they would always have ostrich burger. And it was such a treat to go in and have one. Just plain, don't put nothing on it. Just enjoy the flavor of the meat. Oh, it was so good.
Yeah, tasting like beef would make sense almost because
It's a very dark, energetic meat.
the ostrich is in the older of the two major varieties of bird that are extant today.
And most of the ostrich is dark meat because they're very energetic animals. They do a lot of running and walking.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think we broke the chat.
One thing I've always wondered, but it would cost a little too much to have. I wonder how budgie tastes.
Budgie?
Yeah.
Oh, ortolan.
Who?
In France, they're called ortolan.
Okay.
ORTOLON, ortolan. They're exquisite little birds, and you eat them bone and all.
Okay. Yeah, because
Have you ever watched Gigi with Leslie Caron?
I have not watched that. No.
Ah.
I know it exists, but I haven't seen it.
Well, in one of the scenes, her aunt is teaching her how to eat ortolans properly. Because they're trying to get a husband, and she's training her to be a courtesan.
Mm.
But anyways.
Moo.
Meow. Woof. Oh, you do that pretty well.
One of my better aminals, yeah.
Cocktail made from peach schnapps and orange juice.
It might not be all that bad.
10 letters. I don't have any of them.
Peach schnapps and orange juice.
It should be a fuzz. Oh, it's a fuzzy navel.
Oh, ticiperanto palcolaga de Patiana.
Duh, I should know. I used to drink those. Of course, I'll drink anything. As long as I ain't buying, I'll drink anything.
Ah.
I'm doing the New York Times crossword puzzle. I subscribe to it online. So.
Okay.
You still there, Purple? Or did you fall asleep?
You go next.
Purpley. Oh, Purple.
Neither. You two were going at pretty good there, so I took the opportunity to, get up and mix another drink.
Oh, okay, well, we thought you fell asleep like Diana did that one time.
No.
Next time, put the cat on.
As I recall, she was going pretty good there.
No, she was helping with the crossword puzzle.
Yeah,
Well-
I still have to set up for Sunday's show.
Well, God the Good One does his live stream solo most of the time,
Mm-hmm.
and he fell asleep in one of those, so there was no one else to talk. So basically, everybody got to sit there and watch him snoring for 20 minutes.
All right.
Robert X says alligator meat is nice too, but you must be careful to start with the tail or it might bite you back.
Yeah.
I actually had alligator chili one time.
I've had just fried alligator.
Yeah.
I've had gator.
Yeah, one of my
I've had-
foster brothers that somebody he knew in Georgia had actually shot a gator. So he brought some of the meat back up with him.
Did you see the Florida man one on Twitter today, Diana?
No.
Florida man says, "Fuck you, gators," and jumps in the swamp, and the gators kill him.
Beautiful.
I sent that one to Casey Heathen.
Yeah,
she does the Florida man.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the gators took exception at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, I've had gator, I've had crawdad, I've had squirrel,
I've had rattlesnake.
I've had rattlesnake, I've had bear. I hated bear meat. Oh, bear meat is awful.
They say it's very greasy. Is that the case?
It is very greasy and very stringy. I don't like bear meat. I've had venison, but I don't like venison either.
I don't actually remember a lot of them, but I know that at one point or another growing up, I've probably eaten every animal that you can find in the Michigan forest.
Not skunk. Skunk tastes like ass.
Yep. No, I had skunk because they were living in Grandpa's woodshed and he had to shoot them. And if he shot it,
didn't waste nothing.
Yeah, if he shot it, they were going to clean it and eat it. So I've had skunk and porcupine. I know that for sure.
Skunk has to taste like ass. I could not imagine eating skunk. I love squirrel. No, nothing like good fried squirrel. Of all of them, I think it tastes the most like chicken.
Did you know that the most popular chemical used for an artificial raspberry flavor is actually a synthesized version of the same thing that is secreted through the skunk's anal gland?
All right.
Yum. Thanks. I told you there's no blue food.
Well, I told you that I can always tell artificial raspberries from real ones.
Oh, hell yeah. So can I. But
anything with artificial raspberry flavor does not taste anything like raspberries as far as I'm concerned.
I can tell the difference between real and fake strawberry. It's called anaphylactic shock.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm allergic to raspberries. Deathly. I wonder if there is penguin chili. Furthermore, would you have to bother to call it chili? Yeah, that's good. Penguin chili is kind of redundant.
Well, I thought.
Yeah, I think you'd have a hard time getting that because I think pretty much every species of penguin is on the endangered species list.
Not to mention you'd have to get over the ice wall.
Yeah.
Well, I thought, and I could be wrong on this one, that the larger number of penguin species lived in temperate areas. No?
Well, they tend to migrate. I think almost all of them wind up actually breeding in Antarctica. But yeah, some species swim almost as far north as the equator.
I was going to say, I thought there were penguins at the Galapagos.
Yep, there are. Yeah, and that's how far, they most penguin species migrate like 700 to 1,000 miles every year.
Tell her about the leatherback turtles. The one that you showed me on Twitter last night?
Yeah, that was just something I was retweeting that somebody had printed, that the leatherback turtle apparently is like the largest reptile on Earth as far as its mass. That they can weigh up to 3 tons.
Are these the guys that are like 2 meters long?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually a little more than that. They're like,
okay.
They said the maximum size I think was like 2.2 meters.
And they swim 10,000 kilometers a year?
Yep.
Damn!
Well, and you know, for all of the ocean research and everything, they still don't know sea turtles in general. You know, they see them hatching on the beach and going back into the water.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And they find like the juveniles, like the teenagers. But they still don't know where they go between that stage of, you know, the hatch that they're the size of a quarter, and then they show up later when they're about a meter long. And they don't know where they spend that time in between to get to that size.
Their teenage years.
Yeah. So it's like for 10 years of the turtle's life, no one has been able to figure out where they're hiding.
Man,
you know, because they hatch, you know, like up to 300 out of each nest.
Yep.
And then they go into the water and they disappear.
They live in whale butts.
Well, the most popular theory, you know, is that they live in heavy seaweed beds like the Sargasso Seas.
Yeah, the kelp beds.
Yeah. You know, but even that's only a theory. Nobody's ever been able to really find them in there.
I would really like to work out a way to track these guys.
Well, you'd have to have tracking ships small enough to put on the babies right when they hatch.
Yeah. And then have a battery life of 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. That really the problem is making a small enough battery.
Well, did you see on Twitter the world's smallest computer is smaller than a grain of rice?
I've heard about that. I'm not quite sure what that's capable of, but
I don't think making a battery small enough to fit on a baby turtle would be a problem if they can make a computer that small.
But was that computer operated by a battery? And it has to be a battery that's powerful enough to send the tracking signal to a wireless receiver. You know, that would be like 100 miles away. So at this point, you know, the batteries we have that would be capable of doing that would weigh almost as much as the newly hatched turtles.
Yeah. Ah, crap.
Yeah, because they can put them on adults. And, well, you've seen that even driving around here. You've seen some of the deer that have the tracking collars.
Yeah, we saw one last week.
Yeah, but, you know, you've seen even on the deer, those are fairly bulky for them to be able to track them by satellite.
Yeah.
You know, they have done a lot of tagging, like especially with sharks and that it's not really a transmitter. They just, you know, they put on a tag and they record where it was released. And like then if a fisherman or somebody catches them, you know, they turn the tags in with the location where it was caught.
No, they do have a lot of them now that are actually transmitters.
Well, yeah, they're doing more of that.
They catch the shark and they actually make a surgical slit along their fin and insert it and then stitch them closed again. And they're tracking the sharks that way.
Well, that's how they found out a lot about the lobster migrations, was by tagging them and having the fishermen, giving the fishermen an incentive to turn in the tags.
Yeah.
And that's how they found that in the Gulf of Mexico, that these spiny lobsters,
those are freaky.
Yeah, they'll be found, in the shallow coastal waters for several months of the year. And then they found that they actually walk along the ocean floor like 700 or 800 miles to their mating grounds.
Mm-hmm.
Walking to the deepest parts of the Gulf of Mexico.
Uh-huh.
And the spiny lobsters, they walk the whole distance in a single file line. Now, that's just a weird behavior. It makes no sense. Because doesn't that just make them more vulnerable to predators that way?
You would almost think it would. As a predator starts at one end of the line and eats its way to the other end.
Yeah. Well, but, when they do this, they're congregating like by the millions.
In the millions.
Yeah, so it's
the they can't eat all of us theory.
Yeah, that even though the predators will take out a couple thousand, it doesn't even make a dent in the population.
Yeah, they can't get all of us.
Well, it's like those crabs that walk across Australia.
Oh, yeah, the red crabs.
And it's like, how many of those wind up just being splattered on the highway and picked off by predators as they crawl across, they literally walk across this whole continent, that Australia is about the size of the United States.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing as it's like walking from the Canadian border to the Mexican border.
Just watch out for the wall.
Yeah.
It's all walls with me today, I swear.
But that's just, again, it's a weird behavior. Why do these crabs get out of the water? And why is it better for them to walk on dry land that distance instead of staying in the water and going around?
Probably shorter distance.
Well,
water temperature?
Yeah, but being on dry land for that long isn't really good for them. So how did they, why did they develop this weird behavior?
Because this was before cars? I don't know.
Well, definitely it was before, all the man-made obstacles, the cars and walls. And
so maybe at that time it was a shorter, faster journey.
Yeah, but it's still, even if it was a direct path with nothing in between, it still requires them to be out of the water for a couple of weeks to walk across this.
You mean scuttle?
Yeah.
The silly sidewalkers.
Well, see, if they could scuttle the continent, then they wouldn't have that problem. No response at all. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Australia doesn't exist.
No. See, I know too many Australians now. So Australia, it kind of exists. It just doesn't have object permanence.
Right.
So Australia exists.
It
only exists as long as one of them is online talking about it.
Yeah, so today it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Since there's none of them in the chat, it doesn't exist right now, but...
Therefore, drop bears don't exist either.
Well, I posted that on Twitter. Drop bears can't exist. Because if an animal was up in the trees in Australia and it let go, it would fall off the bottom of the planet. There's no way it could hit someone holding onto the ground.
Right.
So that's obviously a myth they made up.
Just one more thing to keep us out of Australia.
Yeah. And New Zealand is actually the turtle's third toe.
Huh?
Well, Australia, they're hanging off the turtle's legs.
Oh, okay.
So, well, New Zealand is Australia's imaginary friend.
Right. Kind of like God.
Yeah.
Everybody's imaginary friend.
I wouldn't.
Australia has banned Pastor Pumpkin Fucker.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah. So now he's saying that he's going to do his rally in New Zealand instead. So let's see if New Zealand bans him before he gets there.
Oh man.
Did you see that, Diana?
Yep.
Yep.
That was beautiful.
Yep.
I could imagine that New Zealand will be right on banning him, because they're actually, if I remember correctly, more pacifist than the Australians are.
They're liberal in a very strange way. You know, as far as like the gun laws and that, but I don't know. I can't quite get their politics yet. It's like they seem to hold, you know, positions that seem contradictory to us. Because it's kind of like everybody can have a gun, but nobody can show one in public. So you're allowed to own them, you just can never take them out of your house. Something like that.
Oh, kind of like marijuana here.
I was just going to say that.
You can smoke it, you just can't buy it or sell it.
Yep. And you can grow your own, but it's illegal to buy the seeds.
Right.
And it is still illegal to transport it across state lines, so you can't like go to another state and get it. Because transporting it across state lines, even if it's legal in both states, is still a federal violation.
Right.
Yep. Not that we know anything about this subject whatsoever.
Well, that's what the flamethrowers are for.
I don't know anything about any flamethrowers.
They're just really big cigarette lighters.
I don't know anything about flamethrowers. Plausible deniability.
There you are.
Yeah, Lady Unicorn was kind of panicking about somebody being sick in the house and saying that she, somebody was telling her to burn everything. So I was asking if that was an excuse for doing my do-it-yourself flamethrower video. Although I had planned on saving that until the week after the next election. I can actually teach you how to build a flamethrower out of parts you can buy at your local hardware store.
Is that the one that involves propane cylinders?
No propane.
Oh, okay.
The actual fuel of it is pretty simple. Basically, you just combine alcohol and gelatin. Because that way, when you shoot it at something, it sticks to it and keeps burning.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Basically, you're making gelignite.
Yep.
But I don't know anything about that. For whoever's listening.
Yeah. The biggest problem is they do still have the same problem as the World War I flamethrowers.
Oh, they're more likely to set you on fire than the target?
Well, just if you don't have good seals all the way down, yeah, they will have the tendency to explode their own tank. If there is the slightest air leak in any of the seals.
I don't know where to buy good seals. I only know where to buy bad seals.
Okay, can we make chili out of the bad seals? Now, see, what is good or bad? What passes for morality for a seal?
That's the seal.
Yeah. I made that popcorn kernel go down the wrong way.
Yep. And Donna still does more of a sea lion. A seal's a shorter, higher pitch.
Actually, it's walrus.
No, walrus is just more of a grunting groan. More like.
I'm no good at Wilford Brimley, okay?
Good joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is the walrus. I am the Eggman.
Hey, Nervadia. There's one of our Australians.
There's not. Okay, Australia exists now.
Oh, she's just saying hi and bye in the same line, so.
Oh.
You're not going to stick around and talk to us for a little while?
I'm all cracked up, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, Doc Fearsome saying I haven't had to shovel snow since I bought the flamethrower.
That's a good idea. But I don't know anything about flamethrowers. I got it right? Right, Purple?
Yep.
Okay, I don't know anything about no flamethrowers.
Okay.
He always said
today you got the day off work, or?
Purple always said if men in black suits came knocking on the door, I don't know anything about any flamethrowers.
Okay.
So I don't know nothing about birthing no babies.
Oh, jeez.
Oh. Yeah. I have Handsome Kitty back up here.
Aw, hi, Samson.
Yeah, well, it's just I have to adjust the keyboard to his liking, so it's not in the way of the knee he wants to use as a pillow.
Oh, God forbid. He's not spoiled, is he?
Well, it's not a question of that. He's just
he's spoiled.
Not determined. I can't think of the right word, but he'll move the keyboard himself. He'll just keep headbutting it. Yeah,
Stubborn.
He'll just keep headbutting it till it falls on the floor if I don't move it.
Stubborn.
Insistent.
He's an attention whore.
Now he's insistent.
He's an attention whore.
I don't know. Sounds like certain kitties I know when they get into a mood.
I don't know where she is.
Well, I feel bad because he had got to be an outside cat before. So now I feel guilty that he's, trapped in this little apartment all the time.
Oh, let's see. Okay, Sylvia is just out of the camera's view. She's in the kitty cradle. You see where my backpack is hanging on the doorknob?
Yep.
Right next to that.
Yeah, she hasn't tried to climb the curtains tonight.
Yes. She's not a curtain climber tonight.
Maybe the lavender is helping.
Could be.
I discovered that she does not like lavender.
Yeah.
Okay, so you found an effective deterrent.
Pretty much.
Either that or she's using it as aromatherapy and it's mellowing her out.
It could be.
Yeah, well, one of the things that Jackson Galaxy used is like those air fresheners that have the motion sensors.
Oh, yeah.
That he would set those up just to give a little spray of water. So like if there was one room you didn't want the cat to go into,
it would just.
Yeah, well, and they would start to associate the noise of it. So just when the thing hissed before it could even spray, they'd run away.
Yep. I have 2 of those. For my little apartment, I have 2.
So what I might try is, excuse me, spring.
Yep. Take your time.
Yep. Take your time.
Breathe.
Got something down the wrong pipe.
Yep. Breathe.
And again, this is another evidence against intelligent design, that we would not be drinking and breathing through the same hole if we were intelligently designed.
Right. No, I'm thinking that I might spring for some lavender essential oil and make up a mist.
Yeah.
Sort of spray the draperies with that.
Yeah.
I have some.
Yeah,
I
if you
should
could
send
put
it
it
to
in
you.
like a little perfume sprayer or something.
Yeah.
I should send it to you. I have a little bottle of it.
Yeah, actually, the postage would probably cost as much as buying it.
It's a tiny little bottle, dear.
Yeah, but if it doesn't fit in a flat envelope, you're already talking at least $3 or $4.
It'll fit in the flat envelope. It's a 30 milliliter bottle. I mean, it's little. It's eyedropper size.
If it's more than a 1/4 inch thick, then it can't go first class mail and it winds up being parcel post.
And it's liquid. They might have problem with liquid.
Yes, they do. They
That's
do
the
have
other
issues
problem.
against any liquids.
Yep. So okay. There's a good argument right there.
What the hell? Okay, I just put lavender essential oil in the Google bar for the hell of it. And we have Nature's Truth lavender for $6.99 at Target. We have Nature's Truth aromatherapy at $5.53 at Walmart. And then you have over here lavender essential oil at $31.91. What the hell?
It's the amount of purity.
Yeah, it could be the purity or the concentration.
Yeah, that's the concentration. That's what I was thinking of.
Nirvadia is saying that I was told today that I was indoctrinated because I believe in evolution.
Oh.
Apparently by a priest.
By a priest? What the fuck?
Yeah, I was kicked out of the Catholic Church when I was 8 or 9 years old. And I remember the senior priest pulling my mother aside after church and asking her to stop sending me because I was asking too many questions and I was making the nuns uncomfortable.
Good job.
So they tried to send me to catechism when I was a teenager, but that didn't last too long either.
I started losing my faith in catechism class.
Well, I lost my faith in Christianity when my brother gave me my personal Bible. That when I was 14, he gave me a Bible for Christmas, so I decided I was going to read it cover to cover.
How far did you get?
I found Deuteronomy and Leviticus to be very disturbing. And I went to discuss those with the pastor of the Methodist church that I was going to at the time. And basically, the only answer he really gave me was, well, we try not to stress the Old Testament and try to focus more on the New Testament.
Yeah, sure.
So he didn't really give me an answer. He just evaded the question.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's classic,
and it's like I was reading Deuteronomy. Yeah, I was reading Deuteronomy, and I was like, they can't be expecting me to take this stuff seriously. It's like, it was really badly written was the thing. Because at that time, that's when I started writing myself. So that's when I was writing my own first science fiction novel. And it's like, I was thinking that.
Jay, you can write better crap than that.
Yeah, this is the book they go by. And as a teenager, I think I can do better writing than this.
Mm-hmm.
What a bunch of hacks.
That at least my story had internal consistency. That it wasn't, it wasn't contradicting itself from one chapter to the next.
Well, the fun part about that is that it's so many disparate stories zipped together into...
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I really believe the thing they say about, like, the 12 tribes of Egypt, and I think that's where we get the Old Testament from, that it was them taking stories from 10 or 12 tribes and trying to put them together in a way to say that, see, we were all worshiping the same God all along, so now we don't have to be killing each other anymore. We can all be one big happy family.
Except for the Galilean Jews and the Samaritans, right?
Yeah.
To paraphrase Diana.
Yeah, but I really think that's what happened, was that they were trying to take a bunch of smaller tribes and get them to all work together But in order to do that, you couldn't tell any of them that their mythology was wrong. You had to convince them that somehow all the mythologies were talking about the same God.
Yeah, and that God was only one instead of one of many.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think Godless Engineer made an excellent case that basically the God of the Bible, as most people think of it, was really the Canaanite war god.
Yeah. I've heard war god, I've heard volcano god. I'm not sure which one would win in an argument.
Yeah. Well, and it's probably some mix of them.
Because I think Aaron thinks that Yahweh was originally...
Nerdy Rodent! Hey, how you doing?
Morning, Nerdy.
Hello.
Okay, so we got people on the other side of the pond starting to wake up.
Yep. That's the problem. Well, no, that's not a problem. Don't take that the wrong way.
Yeah, and Doc Fearsome is saying about the difference between education and indoctrination. Excuse me.
I wonder what gerbil tastes like.
Probably pretty much like guinea pig.
Let's put Mr. Hamster in the microwave. Pop goes the weasel.
I miss Robin Williams.
I do too.
Yeah, that was such a tragedy because, you know, he could have had so many years left.
Well, wasn't there the theory, or not theory? I hate misusing that word. Wasn't there the hypothesis that he was developing Parkinson's or something like that?
Yeah, Nerdy says no microwaving rodents.
Because I know everybody jumps on my case here, but I can see that if you're seeing a future where you just can't do anything. Yeah.
Well, my father had Parkinson's, so I did see the progression of that over the years.
Oh boy, okay.
Welcome.
Actually, it's something I've wondered about. It's something I've wondered about because this is completely anecdotal. But I was diagnosed with autism, about 10 or 11 years ago. And most of the adults I've talked to who are on the autistic spectrum have also had someone in their family who had Parkinson's.
Oh.
So I'm feeling there must be some genetic connection there. But like I say, this is just anecdotal experience of talking to a few dozen people.
That would really be...
I think there must be something genetic that predispositions you to having, one or both of these conditions.
And I'm trying to think of brain.
And I've always wondered about, is there a connection between multiple sclerosis and Parkinson's, because they all work on that neural network.
Well, Parkinson's.
So I wonder if Parkinson's is an early indicator of MS, or the other way around.
Well, in Parkinson's, we know that the substantia nigra dies. It's a dopamine-rich area in the brain that potentiates movement. And the weird thing about it is you start developing symptoms only after about 90 or 95% of the substantia nigra is already fried.
Okay, is this an area that produces dopamine?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude.
To me, that only increases the link, because I found that for me, for all of the psychological problems I have, always wind up coming back to dopamine.
Lack of dopamine.
Well, the autism, again, they're not really quite sure of the cause, but one of the leading hypotheses is that it has to do with an excessive number of dopamine receptors in the brain.
So what? There's not enough dopamine to go around?
That the brain does not produce enough dopamine to fill all these receptors,
Gotcha.
and that's what causes the tics.
Gotcha.
And that's why. And I presented this idea to a couple of psychiatrists, and they all said it seemed plausible that none of the medications worked for me, but eating chocolate every day works. And I think
chocolate has
because
dopamine.
the chocolate causes your brain to produce more dopamines.
Which is why in the Harry Potter series, whenever someone gets hurt, they would always hand them something and said, eat this, it'll make you feel better. It had to be chocolate. Because eating chocolate actually gives you the feeling of joy and happiness, and it's almost like having sex.
Yeah. Okay. In the side chat, Doc Fearsome is saying that Robin Williams had Lewy body dementia.
Lewy body.
Okay, Louis. I'm having a little trouble reading the text. Yeah. And that's almost always misdiagnosed as Parkinson's.
Oh.
Because there's no way to diagnose it in a living patient.
Okay, then.
And Strahan has a great one, too. Are Parkinson's patients all depressed due to their dopamine levels being down?
Well, yeah. A reduced dopamine level would cause depression.
And everybody said that Robin Williams committed suicide because he was depressed.
Yeah.
They said the happiest people, the people that look the happiest are usually the saddest ones inside. Yeah.
Yeah, that
I
kind of
agree, Doc
dovetails
Fearsome.
Yeah, that kind of dovetails into a tweet I was sharing earlier that from the LGBT union or whatever, that was saying that LGBT teenagers that had at least, one adult who was paying attention to them reduced their chance of suicide by 40%.
Well, sure. Isolation is a very profound state, if you want to put it that way. That definitely can drive you to kill yourself.
I am very aware of that, and that's why we worry about you so much.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah, we worry about you being isolated, that you give up too easily.
I don't know. It's just I wish that there were some area or something that I could afford that would be rich in skeptics, basically, that I could get to.
Right.
You're not going to find very many skeptics over here, I'll tell you. No.
Well, you said it's such a predominantly Catholic religious community.
Yeah. Well, that's even here. It's like I said, there's like 25 churches, but it's like it's all some denomination of Christian. So nobody.
You're either a Bible thumper or you're an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Or both.
Yeah. Nobody can really get the idea that you don't belong to one of the churches. It's just a matter of which one.
Yeah, that's the icky. I remember I speak of Homestead every now and then, the borough I used to live in. God, I remember sitting in the park. They had a little parklet not too far from my apartment. I could see 5 churches from my bench in that parklet. They were all
and 3 bars.
Say again.
And 3 bars.
No, the bars were all down 8th Avenue. And the churches were a little farther up the hill. That's the interesting thing, the way that worked.
Yeah. Church one way, bars the other.
Pretty much.
All depends which way you turn.
So the priest at Our Lady of Perpetual Double Parking.
Terror?
Say again?
Our Lady of Perpetual Terror?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to remember how my ex put it. Because at that particular church, there was always double parking up the foo-foo. And you did not want to go up and down those streets during Sunday morning or anything like that. There's no way you'd get anywhere. I think, trying to remember what she called it, was Our Lady of the Perpetual Double Parker or something like that. It was icky doo-doo.
So can we start an atheist church, Our Lady of Perpetual Sin?
Yeah, why not? Well, I've known
Our Lady of Perpetual Non-Belief.
I'm trying to remember who wrote the article. And it's an older article too, about 3 or 4 years old, where you remember the Sunday meetings or whatever that you had the atheists doing that kind of resembled church. Those seem to be on the decline. And I guess according to this author, the author believed that it was because they could not imitate church well enough.
I didn't see that article, but
I stumbled across it. I was looking for something else, and that thing turned up.
Well, when I was with the pagans in Minneapolis, the group I did a lot of work with was associated with a Unitarian Universalist society.
Oh, hey, yeah.
And they always said they were a society. They got kind of uppity if you ever tried to say they were a church.
Okay.
But, yeah, that I think about half of that group was probably atheist, of the Universal Unitarians, that, they had their kind of non-denominational service, but it wasn't really believing in anything particular. It was just kind of doing the ceremony so everybody could have the coffee and donut social afterward.
Okay. Oh my, I am thanking many, many, many much. There has been another donation. We're up to $415 out of $3,500.
Woohoo!
Okay, let me refresh that. Does it say who that was?
It does. I don't know if I should read the name out or not.
Okay. Yeah, that's...
Thank you, whoever you were.
Yep. Okay, well, somebody else was asking me in Twitter, because apparently, like I say, at the beginning of the broadcast, I was having trouble with the links. So apparently I had tweeted out a bad link, and somebody was asking me in Twitter for a new link. But that was somebody else, so maybe we'll see something else in the morning.
All I will say is that the donator is currently in the side chat. Thank you.
Well, that pretty much gives it away. You just limited it to like 1 of 3 people.
Yeah, but it could be any one of them.
And the world will never know.
Right.
Yep. Okay, Nerdy Rodent was talking about this Mucina puriens. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing that right. That he was saying it's like a bean that's very high in dopamines.
Oh my.
Yeah, like I said, all of my mental problems have been traced back to being, basically in some manner or other, a dopamine deficiency. And that's why, I spent 20 years of them prescribing drugs and never getting anything that helped me, because they kept prescribing me SSRIs. And it's got nothing to do with the serotonins at all. It's the dopamines.
Right.
you know, as soon as they started, you know, dealing with things associated with the dopamines, I started seeing some, you know, some responses or some effects that at least it was reducing the symptoms.
So, I think I'm going to head off to. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that, you know, for all the pharmacy crap they gave me, there was nothing that worked better than just having a Hershey bar every day. You know, that the chocolate,
okay.
The chocolate does more than any of the pharmacy drugs ever did. Okay, so
I'm going to head off to bed.
Okay.
I'll see y'all later.
Okay, well,
Night,
thanks
everybody
for being
in
with us for a
chat.
while.
Night, sweetness.
Don't let it last too long, baby. Still got stuff to do tomorrow.
Yeah, I should probably shut this down within the next hour at least, so that I can try to get some decent sleep. I'm still seeing Johnny's icon there, but I don't know if you. Oh, you are
I
with
noticed that Johnny was not muted.
I had a couple friends over before they left a little bit ago, but yeah.
Well, I saw you post that in the side chat that you had some friends there, but I didn't know if maybe you had walked away and forgotten about it.
No, I'm still here. I don't work tomorrow, so
okay.
I'm still going. You guys are doing such a good job talking that I didn't have to jump in.
Yeah, and Doc Fearsome was also saying that for Robin Williams, that his autopsy did confirm the dementia.
Yeah.
You know, so that while they called it a suicide, it may not be something that he was fully in control of at the time.
If he had said his normal, I'm sure he would have been. Yeah. Your brain can turn into your enemy.
Yeah.
Well, there's the whole thing. I know Marty and I had sort of discussed things, not very deeply. And when I say Marty, I'm talking about my previous GP, my previous doctor.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to bring it up to this new one at some point, where I have a decision to make. You know, am I going to want to issue a DNR? Because you think that it would be nice if you were resuscitated and everything was fine and you were back to normal, such as normal is, and everything was good. But that doesn't always happen. And the last thing I want is to be totally fucked up and unable to do anything about it. So is it better just when I flatline, just leave me that way?
Well, that's, you know, Don and I have talked about having the medical proxies for each other. That if either of us wind up in that state that we can't speak for ourselves, you know, of having things written down so that we both know what to do and our families can't fight it.
Yeah.
You know, because I know that what I would want to happen is not what most of my siblings would approve of.
Mm-hmm. And that's the other bad thing about living alone is you don't have someone like that to, if you'll excuse the phrase, lean on.
Yeah. Well, it's very difficult when you don't have somebody nearby that can, you know, show up at the hospital like that.
Because, okay, I have no next of kin that anybody would recognize, I believe. I don't know how close the next is before they quit recognizing it as next. And besides, I don't like any of them anyway. So,
yeah, well, of all my siblings, I only have one brother that I would trust to speak in my actual interest instead of by their own bias.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and those, well, they're all in Cleveland anywhere. Almost all of them are in Cleveland. One's in North Carolina. But they're all terminally Catholic anyway, so I wouldn't want any of that going on.
Oh, yeah, Nirvana, if you want to pop in for 15 minutes, that would be great. Let me Twitter you a link here.
Oh, cool.
Yay.
I just have to be able to DM her on Twitter, but she should be.
She and I are following each other.
There we are. Yeah.
Following each other, yeah.
Yeah, well, I just wasn't sure with her name change, if what it was going to show up under my Twitter, but I got it.
Yeah, I believe that the name just changes to whatever you want it to be.
Okay, there we go. I just sent you a DM, so just check your Twitter.
I believe there's an index number below that name by which Twitter knows you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because, people have been changing their names for the pumpkin thing and some other weird fun things we did before that.
I haven't figured out how to do this yet. The way people put the little icons in their names, like the pumpkin icon and all the other. I can't seem to do that. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Okay, when you're on Twitter, if you just click on your own avatar or your picture or whatever.
Give me half a second here.
Yeah.
Okay, you want me to click on my? Hey, push your boy.
Like in the top bar or something, you'll find your own picture up there somewhere. Or maybe in the side. I'm not sure which format yours is using right now.
Mine's the.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello, Santa.
Hi.
Heyo.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm just about to make dinner, and I'm like, I don't want to make dinner. So talking to you instead.
A lot. I often run into that problem of I know I'm supposed to eat every day, but it doesn't seem worth the effort to make it.
Sometimes, yeah.
Isn't there somebody you can talk into cooking for you?
I only have Lucius, the snake that eats me instead. So
yeah, I'm actually watching the things you're doing, and he's actually chomping on your finger.
Yeah, he's full on going. I could probably get him to do it again tonight, but I have to work in like an hour, so I don't really want to do that because sometimes it can take up to 20 minutes, half an hour at least to get him off me. So, but I can show you what he looks like. I came home and he was wandering around.
Well, I've seen some of your Twitter pictures and that of him.
He's so
in
cute.
One of your videos, I know you had him wrapped around your wrist at one point.
Yeah. That's before he started eating me.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll see. See, there he is. Hang on, can I swap the camera? There we go.
Can't say I really know much about keeping snakes.
Oh, they're pretty easy. So when he comes out and looks at me like that, not that you can see very well because I think my camera's all...
Yeah, well,
he comes
out,
out,
it seems a little blurry.
Yeah, sorry, I don't really want to open my... There he is.
Yep.
That's him going, I'm hungry. Fucking feed me, woman. Yeah, so there he is. He's my little guy. He's my snake. He's my dog.
There we go. We'll lock it on yours for a while so everybody can see him.
Yeah.
Beauty.
He is a gorgeous little guy. He's got a great personality. Oh. So, yeah.
I had a friend who kept a snake. I don't remember what species it was.
Was it in the US?
Yeah. And it was a fairly big one. It was like 1.5 feet long.
Maybe it was either... Was it a cutie? Like, did it kind of have like a pupper kind of face? Like, it looks a bit like it's a bit, rather than, just a bit of a cute kind of snake, if that makes sense, rather than like a scary snake.
Yeah.
Because it could have been a ball python. It's either ball pythons or corn snakes or milk snakes are the most popular.
It was some type of python, something in that family, but I'm not sure exactly what it was.
Was it fat? Like, was its body quite fat?
Yeah,
it was probably. Yeah, and it was probably ball python then.
Yeah, it would gobble my soul.
Yeah. So, And I love a little python. They're so pretty, but they're illegal here in Australia, which is good.
Yeah, that's
a very good thing.
She would get the feeder mice from the pet shop.
What was that?
She would get the feeder mice from the pet shop, which the stupid mice, if it didn't eat them right away, the mice would cuddle up with the snake.
Yeah, that's his food.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. Yum yum.
Yeah.
Nom nom nom.
She actually got the live ones to keep them interested.
Yeah, that's cruel. That, in my opinion, that is cruelty. And also, I think that's illegal in Australia, unless, of course, your snake refuses to eat anything other than live. I think it's counted as animal cruelty in Australia, and it's illegal. Or that's what I've heard of. I haven't double checked on it, but
I think she had that problem that she, if it wasn't moving, the snake wouldn't pay attention to it.
Yeah, no, my guy is like, food home. So I don't have that problem. I've got the opposite. Yeah. He grows too quickly and eats too much. He's unusually fast growing, apparently, as like a lot of the people at the pet store are like, this isn't normal. This is too fast.
Robert X is shaming you for fat shaming the snake.
Oh no! He's a healthy weight. Everything about him is healthy. He just
I think
he's growing.
When you were asking about my friend's snake, if it was fat.
Oh no! Like the body, it's yeah.
Yeah, no body shaming the snakes.
No.
Back when I lived in Cleveland, the guy that lived across the street from me kept snakes. He also kept a parrot. And as you can guess, there was a day when one of the it was either a python or a boa, I forget which, got out of the enclosure, and Russ found a few parrot feathers on the floor, and that was pretty much that.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah.
It was pissed off about that one.
Yeah, as you would be. Actually, I saw a wild snake. It was probably a carpet or a spotted eat my pet budgie when I was about 20-something, 22, 23. And ever since then, I was like, I want a snake. It was just, I was like, I want a pet snake since then. And I didn't ended up getting the ability to get a snake until earlier this year. So that's how it worked.
Not the reaction I would have had there, but
yeah, well, that's just me. That's my brain. That's how my brain works.
Well, that's why I can't abide raccoons.
Oh, did they eat your pet bird?
My cat.
Oh.
I could hear the fight. I knew he was fighting with raccoons, but I couldn't find him in time.
Oh, that's shit. I'm sorry, man. That's
everybody thinks raccoons are so cute, but no.
No, they're vicious.
They're really pretty vicious little nasty things.
They're incredibly intelligent. They've got the neural density of some primates.
Yeah.
I've seen documentaries that, not just the brain matter, but also the dexterity of their hands.
Well, that's the thing. They actually have hands.
Yeah. Yeah, that they can actually operate sliding bolts on doors and things.
Wow, that's incredible.
They can actually open up sheds.
Little bastards. Do you have to padlock your garbage closed?
You can't leave it out in a trash can overnight around here. That's for sure.
Right.
I mean, here we've got bears that come right into the middle of the city. Well, what they call the city. It's only 3,000 people. But yeah,
village.
We've got deer and bear that come right through downtown.
Cool. That's pretty cool.
Of course, our downtown is 2 blocks wide and 5 blocks long.
Yeah, we have deer that hang around the building here. if I'm out later in the evening, say about 3 a.m. or something like that, there are a pair that travel together that I have seen every time I've been out, and I'm always thinking dinner.
That's awful. They're friends. You're breaking up a friend.
That's my brother's wife has completely given up on having any kind of a garden because the deer just come right up, and whether it's been tomatoes or any kind of leafy greens or even just flowers, that the deer just come right up and they shear everything off.
She should plant like a whole row of marijuana and have a laugh.
Well, we're limited to 12 plants per person, so.
Well, even still, that's better than here.
Yeah. Well, the problem here is we can grow our own, but it's still illegal to buy the seeds.
Right.
Yeah. That's the way the laws work in the US.
Right. So you just have to go and steal someone else's crop.
Yeah, the seeds have to somehow miraculously appear in your home so you can plant them.
Special creation.
Well, to be fair, most people, quite a huge amount of people in the US don't believe in evolution. So, you know.
Well,
No.
There is that. Well, I do have to say that the further north you go, the better it gets. It's mostly the deep south that's the worst.
And Ohio.
Yeah, well, I still think we should just delete the state of Ohio and no one would even miss it.
That would be a good idea. I would not be against that at all.
Well, and you know what? Even when I've proposed this idea to people who live in Ohio, they still have not objected to it.
Well,
Out of curiosity.
I was born.
You go, Dinah.
Half my life there. Believe you me, I wouldn't mind it going away.
Out of curiosity, what would you say the worst state in America to live in would be?
Probably Mississippi.
Delaware.
I think Mississippi. I think Mississippi winds up being no better than 45th on any list you can find. It's always between 45th and 50th when you look at lists of like the worst healthcare, the worst schools, the most dogmatic religion.
Oh, why am I surprised that they're all together?
Yeah. Mississippi is always in the last 5.
No, man, it's Delaware. I'm telling you.
I know that Alabama
Delaware isn't
comes
even
up.
a state.
Alabama comes up at or near the bottom of the list all the time.
Delaware was originally a county in Pennsylvania. I don't know how it ever managed to become a separate state. It was a single county.
Yeah. Oh, there's an entire story behind that, and I'm trying to remember what video it was that I was watching that detailed that.
There's a great book called How the States Got Their Shapes that explains how all the state borders in the U.S. were drawn up. And some of the stories in there are absolutely hilarious.
Uh-huh.
Well, and it also explains why the Northern Peninsula of Michigan is part of Michigan. That it was all that argument. Well, it was actually an argument over the strip of land where the city of Toledo was originally supposed to be part of Michigan. But then Ohio would not have any kind of a port city. So they gave Toledo to Ohio so it would have a port on the Great Lakes. And for compensation, they gave Michigan this strip of land that sticks out between Lake Michigan and Lake Superior because Wisconsin really didn't want it in the first place. Nobody was upset if they took it away from them.
Scissors, paper, rock, basically.
Yeah. But yeah, basically, this is where I live, is in this peninsula that none of the states really wanted. So it was given to Michigan as a consolation prize.
Gee, thanks. Yeah. Well, that's an interesting little fact. So thank you for telling me that.
Yeah.
I think you told me that story earlier, like ages ago.
No, I don't think I have since you've been online, so must have been from somebody else. But the only good part of this is that if I could paddle a canoe across Lake Superior, I could get into Canada and ask for sanctuary.
You should do that then.
Yeah, that's really my plan if Trump gets reelected.
I don't think he will. Like, I would, but then again.
There were so many people that were saying with certainty that Clinton was going to win this last time around.
Well, see, the problem with Trump is his base is unshakable. He has 30 to 35% of the people who support him no matter what he does.
Yeah. When he said he could kill somebody in the middle of New York and not lose any supporters, he wasn't kidding.
Well, so if he can expect to get 35% of the people to vote for him, that means unless the next election turnout is over 70%, which probably has not happened in a U.S. election in the last 70 or 80 years, he's going to win again.
This
you
is
know, and that's the part that the Democrats have to get. The Democrats have to just fuck everything else and focus on that we have to get at least 40% of the people out there next time.
But as much as it's a pain in the ass, this is why I think compulsory voting in Australia works.
Well,
we get fined. I think it's like $50. So for most people, it's not a lot. I've never had a fine either, but I think the turnout is something like 94% of people go and vote. And that's really, really good. Also, we don't have first past the post voting. So if like we get sort of the majority rules, but if there's 45 to 55% split, then there's a lot more power to somebody than it's like a 25-75% split. So so that's another issue.
The party representation is more proportional to the popular vote.
Now, the one thing I'm wondering about with the mandatory voting, how many I have no better term for them, but useless votes are cast. In other words, somebody either casts a blank ballot or just at random says that, and throws it in.
Yeah, that's called donkey voting.
Okay.
And they're still counted. And what they used to do is they used to go through the first. So most people go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 or whatever. And they used to do it in alphabetical order. So people were during that time, people were actually renaming themselves their last name as AA.
Yeah.
So
that's
Aaron
what
AA.
Some candidate running as Adam Aardvark.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah. So when they realized that this was happening, because obviously the person to go 1 gets more of a vote than the person who gets 6, for example.
Yeah.
So that's called donkey voting. And the thing is, they can't say this person actually donkey voted because maybe somebody wanted to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's the thing. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I think there should be a bit of a campaign to say, hey, if you don't want to vote, it's compulsory, but just don't number anything and chuck it in. I think that there should be a campaign of, we recognize that people don't want to vote or they haven't, whatever. If you don't want to do it, just chuck the vote in, because that's when it's null. Because obviously that person's gone, I don't want to vote. And it's completely anonymous as well. So
yeah, they should put a line on the ballot then after all the names that just says abstaining.
I think that'd be great. I think that'd be good. And that would also give some stats as well to see how many people actually want to vote.
And I like your idea, Purple, that I've heard you advance previously, where if abstaining or none of the above gets the majority, then the entire election is moot and you call another one.
Yeah. That's. I think that could fix the U.S. elections. That if we had a line for none of the above, and if none of the above gets more votes than any of the candidates listed, then they'd have to run another election, and anyone who was listed on that ballot would be banned from running again.
That'd be good. It'd be expensive.
It would be expensive, but if this happened 2 or 3 times, then the parties would learn that they have to present a candidate who people actually like instead of just a candidate that's not quite as bad as the other one.
Yeah, because that's what the Dems did last election and shot themselves in the foot because they didn't put Bernie up. Fucking idiots.
No. Well,
and
the
now
also made the assumption that all the women would automatically vote for Hillary.
Yeah. There's also women who fight against abortion. So,
yeah.
Well, this woman voted for Hillary because she had to. I didn't like Clinton.
Yep.
I don't like her, but what choice did I have except to either throw my vote away with the Green or the Libertarian, I think it was, that was running.
Yeah.
Or to directly vote for the piece of shit.
Yeah. And that's, I know that, hundreds of millions of people did not vote for Hillary. They voted for the not Trump.
Yeah. And that's another problem. That's another problem with the first past the post, because that person gets all of the power. But in Australia, if you vote the Greens, they often, not all the times, but they often say put their preferences towards Labor, which is the Democrats equivalent. So they don't all the time, because maybe they might do a deal with the Liberals. But most of the time, if you're voting for the Greens, you're actually voting for them and their policies, but they will also put their vote towards Labor policies.
And
in the US, we have some of that happens like at the state and at the lower levels. But even at the state levels, it's hard to get that to go. And, you really don't get enough votes for any of the other parties in a federal election for that to work.
It wasn't you, Purple, that said about Bernie. The big thing was that he was not a Democrat. He was simply caucusing with the Democrats. And the DNC was afraid that he might do the right thing instead of toe the party line.
Yeah. Yeah, and well, that's why they're afraid of Bernie, that he might not sign something that the Democrats would pass.
Yeah. You need independent parties in politics.
Yeah.
Like a two-party basis is not okay. You need at least 3.
Well, that's
because you've got...
When I was living in the state of Minnesota, the third parties were a lot more active there. And there actually was a case about 15 years ago where Minnesota elected an independent governor who was not from either of the parties.
Well, that was Jesse.
Yeah, he was totally unqualified for the position, but he was elected because nobody wanted to vote for either of the major parties.
He was a former professional wrestler of all things.
Yeah.
Hey, that's my pride and joy is that Jesse is elected. My governor could beat up any other governor.
Yeah, he ran as a libertarian.
Could we have had Jesse Ventura go up against Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Well, at least Arnie's trying to do the right thing. I don't know too much about him, but I kind of get the feeling he actually gives a damn.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He actually passed some good policies. He actually helped the state.
Yeah, because
didn't he sort of Kennedy, so
didn't he pass something on about I don't know, like forcing the government to give maternal leave or something like that, maternity leave in things. Yeah.
I think I did read something about that. I don't remember much. It wasn't my state, so honestly, I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to what he was doing.
Yeah.
Because, I was pretty removed from it. It didn't really affect me at all at the time.
Yeah, fair enough.
Which, honestly, yeah, I should have paid more attention to it. I shouldn't have been that casual about it, but...
Did you find something, Diana?
Yeah, but...
I was looking, and I searched on Arnold Schwarzenegger maternity leave. I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, maybe it was something else. I think California does have compulsory maternity leave or something like that. I think, although I could be totally wrong.
Well,
but I think there's... You go, Pep?
Yeah, it may have been something that he was promoting that just didn't get passed while he was in office. It may have gotten passed afterwards. And that happens a lot with American politics, that somebody will push something, and since they're only in there for 4 years, they can't get it done, and it'll wind up being signed into law by the person who takes the office after them, who will usually wind up taking credit for it, even though it's something that they've only been in office 2 years, and this is something that there's been a group working at for 10 years to do it.
Yeah, that's a problem with short-term election cycles, although it's good. It's a bit of a 50-50, because you've got things, if you know that your government is going to be in for 10 years, they have, they're forced to think long-term. But at the same time, if you've got someone like Trump, they're in for 4 years, and you know that they're going to be kicked out of office. But then again, you've got Obama, who was quite a good president coming from outside of the US, and he tried doing some really important things, but the stuff that he needed to do would have taken more than 10 years to implement, like Medicare.
Yeah, and then the other thing that's happening now, I'm seeing it already. If you have, for example, this administration, this Trump administration, now you get a Democratic administration in 2020, let's say, more level-headed. They not only did Trump reverse all the policies of Obama, his predecessor, the one after will reverse all of Trump's. And then when you have the opposition party coming in after that, they will reverse everything. And all they will be doing is reversing each other's policies, and they won't get any goddamn thing done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and something similar happens in Australia as well. Like, for example, the Labor policy was to get decent internet to go into all of Australia. And now the Liberals, even though they continued on with it, they have sort of kind of screwed it over a lot, and is now saying that if we want to have decent NBN, we're going to have to pay for it, even though that money was already set aside by the Australian public to get decent internet. So it's, we get that as well here. We get that as well, especially considering we've had, something ridiculous, like, I think it's like 7 or 8 prime ministers in 10 years or something ridiculous like that.
Hello.
So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to have to head.
Were you having something to say, Johnny?
Oh, sorry.
Was I having something to say? No.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to get in there.
No, I was reading a little paper here. Sorry.
The other article I read not too long ago, the author was lamenting that no legislation of any import would be passed anymore, except when all the chambers of government were controlled by the same party. President, Senate, House, all say that's the only time you get anything of any import passed, because everything is so divisive. Yeah. This has been in the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah. Because party loyalty is more important than what's for the public good.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's the thing that even before it became so divisive, what we saw so much of was that these guys were getting elected knowing they were only going to be there for 4 years. So they go into office for a 4-year term with a 5-year plan, knowing that no matter how badly it turned out, they'd be out of office before they could get blamed for the results.
Mister.
Yeah.
And I think what we really need here in the U.S., and of course the men in black are listening in on this line and everything, so I'll hear on the knock on the door here. What we really need is a despotism here in the United States with me as the despot. The word is law. Okay, we're gonna get shit done in the little bit of time that I've got left, kids.
But you can never be elected because you're an atheist.
Yeah, that's the problem. And there are even certain states here in the U.S. where, on the books anyway, it is illegal to hold an office if you are an atheist. Yep. Now, certain court decisions have struck that down, but be ready for things to happen because the courts are being stacked. Oh, God, who was it that wrote the party in power is meaningless if the courts are swayed to the particular system.
Yeah.
And the Trump administration is doing a damn good job of stacking the courts.
Yeah, that's what's going to be the lasting legacy, that even if Trump is out in the next election, he will have affected the courts for decades to come.
Yeah. I will not live to see a change for the better simply because I'm old.
Well, the thing is, and this is what I'm hoping, is that if the Democrats do get in, they'll be able to prove. We've proven beyond reasonable doubt that the Trump administration is illegitimate. With the Mueller reports coming in, I think hopefully the Democrats will be like, well, this is all of these policies are illegitimate because, blah, 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 look at all this. And hopefully they'll be able to fire Kavanaugh. I'm actually hoping they'll be able to get rid of those high court judges, especially Kavanaugh. I mean, I can't
Well, Kavanaugh disqualified himself during the confirmation hearings when he melted down. And yelling at everybody.
Yeah,
exactly.
Now, see, while it is actually written in the books that there are laws, there are procedures to do that, I don't know if there's any precedent. I don't know if that has ever happened in American history.
I don't think.
Yes, but neither has Trump.
And then
neither has Trump.
And in another article, I can't remember the citation of, was a person did write about this. He said, yeah, it is possible, but then you would be setting the precedent where each administration would fire the appointed judges of the previous administration.
Right.
And you would have no continuity in the judicial system either.
Right. And that's something that congressional representatives of both parties would be afraid to do.
Not good. All right. Well, I'm going to have to head.
Okay.
Putting my beer in the fridge. Well, thank you for having me. I hope you guys have a lovely evening /night.
Anytime.
Nice chatting with you.
So we're here.
Well, it's good seeing you guys.
We're here for what you is every Friday afternoon.
Yeah, unfortunately, I often go and see my dad on Friday afternoons. Okay. So, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, well, anytime you can pop in.
All right. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
See you later.
He was extremely amazing. So,
Oh, before I go, did you guys hear about Anderson and Australia?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Well, let's go.
That's Australia, and we were projecting on whether or not New Zealand is going to ban him before he gets down there.
Oh, they will. They absolutely will. There is no chance in hell that that man's getting into him.
You would understand.
And the reason why
than we would.
Well, the reason why is that since the Christchurch shooting, apparently New Zealand has been cracking down a lot on extreme right-wing stuff.
Okay. Yeah, that's
and
good.
Also there's a 100% information sharing between Australia and New Zealand. And I talked to the people in the down under pumpkin posse, and that someone's already contacted our intelligence agency to say, hey, letting you know you've banned Anderson. He now wants to go to New Zealand.
Okay.
So ASIO will, which is like our CIA or FBI.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Know about it as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't find out in the next month if he's been banned as well. There's no chance in hell he's getting into New Zealand.
I would, but I don't really understand their politics.
New Zealand.
Yeah.
They're a better country than Australia, with Jacinda Ardern at the helm, who is just the most amazing person. There's no chance in hell that yeah. So, I mean,
you feel it's in good hands down there?
Absolutely. It's sort of, the joke is that Australians keep stealing the New Zealanders. So, for example, Russell Crowe, we call it, everyone thinks he's Australian, but actually he's New Zealand. So the joke is that once Jacinda Ardern's finished with being in New Zealand, does she want to come over to Australia? Can she be Australian and run our country?
Well, here's the
we'll steal her.
Why did New Zealand have to give Ray Comfort to us?
You can have him. And Ham. Do you know what? Too bad.
See, that's why they've got better countries, is they keep pawning off these people on us.
Well, you guys got rid of Ham to us. Thank you so much.
Oh, I don't understand that. I remind her of that at least once a week.
Well, the thing is that Australia, we're convicts. Like, our heritage is convict heritage. Yep. So we know what shitty people do to countries. So we just palm them off. You guys can have them. We don't want those convicts no more.
Well, as a matter of fact, the U.S.'s heritage is sort of the shady types as well, but it was the shady types who took over.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Last time. Goodbye, everyone. Have a lovely time.
Bye. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Your sweetness.
Mwah. See ya.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have no idea what I said.
Was that Pentecostal?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, that makes sense now. You're just speaking in tongues every time you do that.
Southern or northern Pentecostal?
That was my sister. Yeah, the slimy bastards raised the two of us Roman Catholic. She found Jesus. I found Carl Sagan. She went full Pentecostal, rolling on the floor, slain in the spirit, speaking in tongues, that whole bit. It's like, I don't need this.
And it's like, I had heard, like the stories about that, but until I got active in the YouTube community, I really didn't know much about a lot of these other groups.
Okay.
So I didn't know if these stories should be taken literally or if people were exaggerating these things.
No, the funny thing is, the way Anne Marie would talk, when she was living in Columbus, Ohio, she was attending a particular church down there, and they would have their service. And when the service was over, a group of them would go to the local Denny's, where they would order their breakfast and speak in tongues and roll around on the floor. And the Denny's didn't mind. They thought it was normal. It was like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
That particular area where she lived was called Gehenna. Take it from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was crazy. And she would have been a big Trump supporter had she been alive for it. I'm quite sure the slimy bastards were big Trump supporters.
These really seem to be on his side, don't they?
Say again?
the fundies really seem to be on his side.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
The evangelical Christians are what make up most of his base.
Yeah. And they are willing to throw away everything their Jesus stood for, or whatever it is,
Yep.
in order to get their political agenda.
Well, and what they don't see is that if they get their political agenda, then in a future administration, the Muslims can use these same things against them.
Oh, sure. Aaron has said this more than once in talks he's delivered. Yeah, when you start going for government-sponsored religion, et cetera, you've got to understand that someday the opposition that you're trying to crush is going to crush you.
Yep.
Or a new opposition will turn out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I think...
Well, especially when they're not even a majority to begin with. They need to be aware of this.
Yeah.
You know, it's just...
What may bring us down is our tribalism.
What's that?
I said what helped us survive was our tribalism. What'll probably bring us down is our tribalism in the end.
Yeah, well, that's what they don't get is at this point, it's like they have 1/3 of the population. The other side has 1/3 of the population, and 1/3 are too apathetic to care. But that 1/3 that's currently too apathetic to care, it's just a matter of how far you can push your agenda before enough of them will care that they'll start voting against you.
Moo.
Yeah.
Yeah, very moo. I'm trying to think here too. Are the Muslims not on the rise here in the U.S. and worldwide as far as that goes?
Oh, yeah. Well, definitely in the U.S. I'm not sure about worldwide.
And then the evangelical Christians are on the decline.
Yep.
So, yeah, we're going to see some interesting stuff within the next couple of generations.
Well, and this is what happens with the U.S. all the time, is that the more hardline a group gets and the more exclusionary they get, the smaller their support block becomes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they still try to hold on to the power, which is just... This is where you get the gerrymandering. This is where you get the voter suppression, that whole bit.
Yeah. Well, and isn't that in Pennsylvania even? Didn't they kick out a bunch of the new precincts that were drawn because of the courts found too much gerrymandering?
Yeah. It was one of the last decisions that could be made in that area because the decisions are not going. The decisions are now beginning to favor gerrymandering. But here in Pennsylvania, there was the decision where the newly drawn districts were heavily gerrymandered. The court said, no, this will not stand. You are going to draw a better set of districts. And it's not perfect by any means, but it is a little better.
Yeah, and Laura was saying in the side chat that atheist and pagan beliefs are on the rise as well. And that more and more polls are seeing people who are, choosing whatever option is not Christian. They're choosing things like spiritual but not religious, or choosing none, which doesn't necessarily mean they're atheist. It just means they don't want to identify with any of the identified groups.
Yeah.
I'm kind of reading actually, that's what I was reading before, is a paper on
Hello,
the
Lucy.
rate from people from non-religious to atheism is actually increasing too now.
Yeah. Well, and that's something that I had pointed out decades ago, is that a lot of people were jumping to the conclusion that these people who identified as none were atheist. And I spent 25 years in the pagan community, which is literally an umbrella term for 1,000 different religions, who don't necessarily have anything to do with each other apart from the agreement that they all believe the Bible is bullshit. They still believe in gods. They just don't believe in the Bible God.
Yeah.
But, that hardly makes them a cohesive group by any means. But it like I say, it does. They're not atheists. They're not Christians, and they're not coherent enough to come together as a single voting bloc. So they're really wild cards. You can't really predict that percentage of the population what they're going to do in any given election.
All conspiracy.
So, but yeah, that's even like the most recent Gallup polls and that are putting the the atheist or the none or non-religious groups are polling like in the 20 to 25% range of the population now.
Yeah. Well, look at the way people like come into power in religious groups or whatever kind of abuse that power all the time.
Yeah.
And people are starting to go, hey, but it'll never be 100% eviscerated. It doesn't seem, because there's always that one idiot pounding on the freaking box, going, hey.
Well, and see, and that's what I was saying is it's not that either party is going to get these people to vote for them. It's that either party can push their agenda far enough to get these people to vote against them.
Yeah. Yep.
That the more people push for basically religious-based laws, the more of these people are going to finally get off their asses and show up on election day saying that they don't want people who are pushing for religion-based laws.
Yeah, some people, it takes even more than that. They just think the cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
Allows them.
Well, and it's still the thing of believing that one vote doesn't count.
Yeah, yeah.
And the problem with that philosophy is that, one vote doesn't count, but 1,000 people all thinking one vote doesn't count don't show up on election day. And where I live, that's a third of the population that just didn't show up to vote. Around here, like the elections that are like the county and even the state level, we've got a voter turnout of like 10 to 15%.
Wow. I think Minnesota's a little bit better.
So the part people aren't getting on that is that if the voter turnout is only 10%, that means because I showed up, my vote counts for 10 people.
That's right. That's right.
So if you're not showing up, you're effectively giving your vote to somebody else. Sorry, I didn't catch what you said there.
I said voting should just be mandatory, damn it.
That's what Nirvana was saying, that they've got the compulsory voting there.
I almost feel that way about it, but
yeah, although I know that would never pass in the U.S., even if people push for it. But
how can you infringe somebody's rights by making them vote?
Yeah,
I don't get that one. I don't get that. How can you fight that? Really? I mean, does that make sense even?
Yeah, I don't really see where compulsory voting works, because I see too much of that people then are going to go in there and they're going to check off boxes without even looking at the names. So
maybe,
I think that just
maybe not. Don't you?
Well,
I think most of the people that don't go to the voting booth they just don't go to the voting booth for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Not because they're
that's what I'm saying is that politics. The countries that have the compulsory voting, though.
Yeah. Is that because of their education there, though, or because of
then you're getting people who are going in there because they're doing it to avoid a fine. So they just want to get in there, get it over with, and get out as quick as possible, and they don't really care what the vote said. So they're not people who are paying attention to the issues. They're not people who really care what they're voting about.
Yeah, but they might care if they're going in there on compulsory voting. They might want to vote somebody out of there that's not going to have the compulsory voting, right?
Yeah.
So they know what they're going to vote for. I would say.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm sure that varies. It's the attitude.
I know you just couldn't enforce it. It's just, I mean, then you might as well be an authoritarian.
Yeah. Well, actually, there would be a fairly simple way to enforce it. Would be for the polling place. For the polling place to issue you a receipt when you voted, and that you would have to submit the receipt with your taxes.
Yeah.
And that if you did not submit this receipt with your tax return, that you would wind up paying an additional tax.
I think you have to do it the other way. You have to actually give the person funds to go and vote. Then again,
I think you need to get a little closer to your mic. You're getting pretty quiet there.
You probably. I was going to say that you probably have to give them incentive, like giving them money rather than taking it. Then even taxes, they kind of think of that as, oh, you're punishing me. So, or if I don't do that, you're punishing me on my taxes. Well,
you're right, but it's a matter of how you frame it. You could frame it as being an additional bonus on the tax return.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there you go. But you know what? Somebody call that out too, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's what so much of politics is. It's
semantics.
It's the
semantic sophistry is all politics is to me.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell the truth or to win votes. You just gotta hit some emotional freaking funny bone that's gonna get people to like you. That's about it.
Well, and that's what's been happening over and over in the elections is that they get people whipped up over some emotional issue, like the gays are taking over.
And then tribalism takes over.
Yeah.
And bang, bang. They don't even think about what's they don't even rationalize the idea or whatever the argument.
And that's why they're getting the people in the poorest states who are voting overwhelmingly Republican, who is the party that will do absolutely nothing to help the lower class.
And as a matter of fact, will do things to hurt the lower class.
Yeah.
I mean, consider this bullshit about cutting food stamps that's going on right now.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all a bunch of shit.
I mean, if they cut my food stamps, I won't miss $15 a month, 15. But, the family of 9 or whatever it is who's getting whatever they're getting and still barely able to feed the kids, they're going to miss it.
Yep. Well, and that's what I mean. And it's going to be, the poorest states like Mississippi, Kentucky, and Alabama, those are the people who are going to get hit the hardest.
Yes.
And yet those are the states that vote overwhelmingly Republican.
It amazes me. When I talk to several Kentuckyites or Kentuckians or whatever you want to call them, where they state that Mitch McConnell is despised throughout the state, yet they keep electing him mainly because McConnell convinces the voters that the opposition's worse than he is.
Yeah. And that's the biggest problem with the two-party system, is you just have to convince them that your opponent is marginally worse than you are.
See, that's right. I was going to say something about that before. You were talking about that, and there's this one guy on a channel, I can't remember, Kronos is his channel name. But he was talking in a couple of his videos. I'll try and put a link up for it if I can find it. But he talks about the voting down or voting against somebody. You can actually vote against someone. That's a different thing than not voting for them or whatever. I mean, you actually vote against. If you don't have a choice, you vote against the worst one that you don't like or whatever.
Yeah, that could help too if we had some system that you would actually be subtracting votes from a candidate.
Yeah, something that would put a blemish on them and actually put them. If they get too many votes for that, they're out of it.
Well, see, that's one of the biggest difference between the U.S. and Canada. Is Canada, if the party is really screwing up, they can do a vote of no confidence, and they can basically get the majority party, booted out of parliament. And, the party that has the next highest votes kind of takes their plates.
Oh, discourse in politics is just this big gotcha or moment, whatever.
And I'm not saying the Canadian system is perfect, but they've got that one extra level that I do think helps.
Yeah. definitely. I think more parties for sure, more diversity in the group of people, more ideas have to be put out there instead of just.
Well, it can go to the extreme. Like in Italy, they have like 11 political parties, and that does make it difficult for them to get anything done. But yeah, I really think, probably 5 is the ideal number.
Did you say the extra parties makes it difficult to get things done?
Well, where they've got like 9 or 10 or 12 parties,
and our 2-party system, what do they get done?
Yeah, well, that's why I think the ideal number is probably 5, because it's a prime number, so you can't have an even 50-50 split no matter what you do. And basically, you would have to get a minimum of 2 parties supporting something for anything to go through.
I think we should elect Jesse Ventura. I mean, that would be great. Freaking, he'd be up there with his little scarf. Woohoo!
Isn't he totally demented by now?
Yeah,
Jesse.
As opposed to what we've got in office now.
I take Jesse was actually okay. He got a few things done in Minnesota.
Yeah. Actually, when I was living in Minnesota when Jesse ran, and I voted for him just on the idea that I thought that, if the 2 houses of the state legislature were controlled by opposite parties, and the governor wasn't from either of those parties, I assumed it would bring the state government to a standstill, and they would just get nothing done for 4 years, which at the time I believe was probably the best thing for the general public if the government was completely ineffective. I was not expecting Jesse to actually pass anything. That's the part that surprised me.
He had a way of negotiating, that's for sure.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to get anything done.
And you know what his best attitude was? That he thought that nobody should be a governor for more than 2 terms or whatever he did. He did 1 term, right?
Yeah.
He
only had 1 term.
Yeah, because he said nobody should do more than that, and I think I almost agree with that.
Okay, Orla's
he had some good
asking
ideas,
about...
and he had some really corny, freaking controversial ideas that were on conspiracy theory level.
Yeah. Orla's having an unrelated question in the side chat about, does anyone else, if they get stressed, if people speak, it makes their ears ring? And the longer it goes on, the more painful it gets and causing headaches. I don't know if I can directly speak of that, because for me with the autism, noises and lights kind of overstimulate me. So I have problems with those anyway. Basically, bright, flashing lights or loud noises can get me stressed up on their own.
I have tinnitus, so I've always got a screaming, ringing in my ears.
Okay, well, Diana, that leaves it all to you. Then you're the only one.
Yeah, I'm a bit leaning toward Johnny. I don't have an official diagnosis of tinnitus, but I do notice that it occurs quite frequently with me. But it's not connected with the sound of voices or anything like that. It just decides to ring. It's ringing right now, as a matter of fact. It's a sort of a background ring.
Okay, I have to put my microphone down for a few minutes here.
Oh my. Right, this is what I was trying to emphasize, where I'm thinking that my thing is not your thing. So, there he is, upside down, sweetie.
Yeah.
Your better half was here a little while ago.
Not Jaw Witness.
Oh my. How's everything in upside down land? And then there's this kiddiness.
Yeah, what?
Yes, you was a kitty.
I got tomorrow off, Nacho. So I'm out late tonight, gallivanting around the social media network. Woo-hoo.
Oh, Boże, moi.
Now, wait a minute. We've never actually seen Notch on camera and never actually heard his voice. So how do we know this wasn't just an account being run by Nervati all along?
Right.
Well, you don't.
See, it's a virtual cross-dresser.
Yeah. Interesting.
I'm trying to remember if they've been on air at the same time.
California,
well, they've done some cooperative pieces. Nacho, what are you saying you're worried about the Leah broadcast? Oh, just the tech problems.
Yeah, it's getting that way. A lot of stuff here and now. Yeah.
Well, I know that. Yeah, there are like 3 people online who have claimed that they have seen or actually heard Nacho's voice.
I am one of them. I know what he sounds like. I know what he looks like.
Oh, I didn't know you'd actually seen him. I know you had said you had heard his voice at some point.
Yeah. I'm the one who could have some blackmail material on him, right? Right.
Oh no, because I got it too. Yeah, you have to beat me to it now.
Oh, Rachel Oates on tomorrow on Leah.
You have to get it from my cold dead hands to get any information about him out of me.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm feeling left out. I'm the only one who doesn't. But that's okay, because you probably couldn't trust me anyway. No.
It is. Actually, the weather's been pretty decent around here. How's it been out there?
It's been pretty hot here, mostly.
Orla, you are absolutely correct. Nacho is an absolute cutie.
Nacho says he hasn't seen your real face, Purple.
Yeah, well, that's because he didn't get in the stream early enough.
Well, there you have it.
Diana outed me.
Yeah, unintentionally there, because the stuff was stuck in there.
She was showing some pictures from the rally, but
I think there were about 3 or 4 pictures without the Triceratops mask.
Yep, sorry you weren't here. You missed it.
And then there's this kiddiness.
Yeah.
Everybody has seen the kitty's face.
Well, actually, until some people said they had actually seen him, I was actually seriously wondering about the idea if Nacho wasn't like a 15-year-old kid.
Yeah, okay.
Well, no, because, not to put him down or anything, because I know a couple of YouTubers who actually are teenagers who have put out some pretty good stuff.
Absolutely. Yes.
So it was just an idea when I didn't have any evidence to go on.
I think BBA kind of falls into that category, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's like 18 or 19, isn't he?
I didn't think he was that old, but you could be right. You could be right about that.
I could be wrong too. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking 16 or 17. I'm not sure. I know he was in high school. I think did he graduate high school this year?
Okay, maybe he just graduated this year. I don't remember. But there's another one I follow, Elijah Davros, something like that.
Oh, yeah, I've followed him for a while.
Yeah, that he actually is only like 15.
I think he's a little bit older than that. I think he might be 17 now.
Well, he was 15 when I started following him, but that was close to 2 years ago, actually. So,
I think he's like 17.
Yeah, he probably is 17 now, but even at 15, he was putting out some pretty insightful stuff.
really well articulated stuff.
What are you doing,
Who do we have coming in here?
Oh, hello, dearies.
Oh, okay.
How are you today?
All right, that's not you. I couldn't figure out who the picture was.
I'm
Cool.
Crazy Granny.
That raccoon's got it.
Okay.
I'm trying to work on the voice filters, trying to get an old lady voice going.
What program do you use for that?
I'm also working on a robot voice, which is this so far, but I still have to work on this one.
That voice there was Chipjaw that had a little too much to drink.
Well, yeah, because it was definitely higher pitched. With Chipjar is very high pitched, but the old lady's nowhere near as high pitched as the Chipjar is.
Okay, Nacha, if you want a robot voice, all you have to do is put a box fan between yourself and the microphone. It works great.
I've managed to acquire auto tunes and a few other pricey things that I've found off the back of a truck.
Yeah.
Which I've just started playing with, and the things I'm looking forward to being able to do with these programs, just oh my god.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, I'm still trying to learn the basic stuff here.
And I'm going to have to learn the basic stuff all over again, damn it. Because with Hangouts going away, that's going to be all sorts of fun.
Yeah, well, I've got to figure out pretty quick what I'm going to do with that, because if Hangouts is going away at the end of the month, and I've already got a stream scheduled for the 4th.
Well, what I don't remember is whether it's going away at the beginning of the month or the middle of the month.
I saw a notice that said August 1st.
Okay. So it's a good thing I signed up with Meet. Now I just have to get used to running it. Because my show with Artie is going to be the last one on Hangouts then.
Yeah.
I won't lie, I'll probably miss Hangouts because we've all used it so much, like last however many years, months, depending on who we are and how long we've been around this sort of YouTubing thing. But I had a lot of good times on it.
Well, which is basically why I went with, or at least I signed up for G Suite with Google Meet. You remember the one that Cy used to use on movie night before he went to Zoom?
I don't. I only remember it being on Zoom.
Okay. I didn't know. Couldn't remember how long you'd been with us.
Yeah.
Meet is kind of like Google Hangouts on steroids.
Okay. Is it a free application? Like, can you still add as many people as you want and like all that jargon?
There is a limit, I think, on the basic. You're always paying for it. The level I got.
That's the problem.
The level I got is going to cost $6 a month. Which, I mean, no matter what I'm looking at, it's either I pay for it or it looks like crap. And I'd really like to look somewhat professional, even though I'm not the top tier like, I don't know, like Jimmy or like Maddie or Zurus or any of those guys. But I think with the $6 level I'm on, I think I can have 25 in the group. Little one, why are you knocking my presents off the table?
Well, see, the problem isn't so much that $6 a month for one program would break me, but it's like it seems more and more there's more programs that are doing that.
Yep.
So if you do a bunch of different things, I would wind up, paying like $30 a month for the 4 or 5 different programs I need.
Yeah, definitely.
And
I would,
at $30 a month, that's starting to be a problem.
Yes, it is.
I would recommend look for open source versions of these programs because this is what I've been doing.
Which is what I do.
yeah, a lot of time you can manage to find something that's relatively good for free. And because it's open source, people are making sure it's always going to be the best. You know, like they're going to constantly update it, generally speaking, anyway.
Generally.
And at the same time, usually with those things, they're pretty much no charge or the cheapest chips. Like, even if you have to pay a little bit initially, it won't be much.
Yeah.
And it all depends on what you're looking for too, because sometimes you can come across ridiculous deals that are, like, for me, the program I use to do all my voice filtering is on Reaper, which is a DAW, or a digital audio workstation. And that's basically a professional audio suite, like Pro Tools, but it's free. And the reason it's free is because in the fine print of the trial version, it says you've got, 60 days or 30 days or whatever it is, but they also say we don't believe in taking the program away from you as the creator. We think that basically you'll end up paying for it. And I ended up paying for it just like last week. I've been using it for about a year or so, which is well past its, trial date, but it doesn't stop you, and it's fully functional.
Yeah.
It is a professional piece of equipment,
Yeah, a lot of the programs I have on my computer are like that, I stick with the free versions, but if I've been using them over a year, I will wind up sending a donation.
Yes, that's another great way to do it.
The unfortunate thing with a lot of the programs that'll let you have the trial period is so short that you really don't get to know the program by the time it's over, especially for those that are really packed with features and things and stuff.
Yeah, I run into that all the time with the ones that give you a 15-day trial, and it's like, it's going to take me more than 2 weeks to learn how to use the damn thing.
Yeah, could you imagine Blender with a 2-week trial? Come on.
Yeah, that'd be ridiculous. But that's why, every now and then you might find, and I'd suggest YouTube searches. Look for different reviewers in that field of whatever program you're looking for, because you'll usually end up finding one that sort of suits your needs. It might not be free, or it might be free, but it might not have all the cool features, but it might give you the features you want, and then you can, do the rest on something else or whatever, like the combination of free programs can also work.
Well, the thing I'm really worried about is that I've still got that problem that I can't get any OBS that will work with my YouTube account. So is there going to be anything that I can be running live streams that isn't in OBS software?
That,
yeah,
I don't know. I really don't know. And that's the thing that really gets me, that you're not able to use the OBS.
Yeah.
There was one I heard of not long ago, and I just can't remember what it was. I'd have to go through and all my YouTube history to find out where I saw it. But I do recall there being an open source version of what we're looking for, like even like Zoom, and it has a lot of functionality where you can do streaming from it.
Well, that's
which is basically what you use OBS for.
Yeah, I've been in chats with other people using Zoom. I haven't tried to run one myself with it, but
no, it wasn't Zoom.
We were talking about that earlier, and apparently, Zoom was getting complaints about slowing people's computers way down.
Yes, mine was a case in point. When Cy was using Zoom, I would have to step out after maybe 2.5 hours, because the machine was slowing down so much that it was threatening to crash, which before I figured out this was happening, it did crash a couple of times. And that made it, my machine crashes. It's a good half hour, 45 minutes until I'm back up and running. So I would have to go over to the other machine, which wasn't doing me any good anyway. Yeah, and it depends upon which version of Linux I'm running. The machine I'm running right now has a newer version, and it crashes Zoom in a real hurry. The other one is a much older version, and it hangs on through most of movie night. I might have to step out at the very end.
Yeah.
So it's definitely operating system dependent. And what's happening is, or at least I think what's happening, and you can call me a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but this stuff is written for wind blows. And then the transition to, let's say, Linux is an afterthought. And they give it to some junior programmer who still doesn't know what the heck he's doing. And it's a very crappy port.
Well, that, and I'm also, wondering because my computer doesn't have a lot of memory to spare. So until I can upgrade the memory, is it going to be more of a problem?
That's a really interesting question because I built my new machine when I was making edited videos. I was using OpenShot, and the memory was a limiting factor where it loaded up and actually crashed. More memory on the new machine helped a whole lot. But the Zoom, that old machine has virtually no memory compared to the new one, but it runs better. Zoom runs better on that one. So I don't know what the heck is the deal. It seems to be very program specific.
Okay, because I've only got 8 gig of memory, and pretty much everybody's telling me that Windows 10 takes 6 gig on its own.
That would not surprise me at all. Yeah. It would be great if you could go to, well, I was going to put 64 gig on this machine that I'm running right now. I didn't have the 600 on me.
Yeah.
So I got 32 gig instead, which is still more than I've ever had at any one time.
Well, this machine could actually go up to 32. I've got 4 memory slots. That right now it's only a 2 gig chip in each slot, but it can take up to an 8 gig chip in each slot.
Okay.
So I could get up to 32 total if I had 4 8 gig chips.
Yeah, I have 2 16s. There are 4 slots on this thing, 2 sticks, 16 gig each. So I have the room for 2 more. And what really got me was between the time I built the machine and the time I checked later, the price of the memory dropped by half. So what would have cost me, $320 or whatever it was now listing for $160.
Yeah. Well, that's why I keep telling people, if you're upgrading, maybe I can use your old stuff, because even if somebody gave me a couple of 4 gig sticks, it would still be an improvement.
Yep. Well, I don't know. Could you use a 4 gig cat?
Yeah, I got a cat twice the size of yours already. Well, maybe not quite twice, but your cat and my cat together would still weigh less than Donna's cat.
There you go. Well, I don't know. Would Sammy weigh 12 pounds?
I think he's probably closer to 10.
Okay. Because last I checked, Sylvia weighed in at about 6.
Yeah. I really haven't actually had him weighed. I haven't had him into the vet in about 2 years.
Well, what I'll do is do the bathroom scale method, where I'll pick Sylvia up, and with her in my arms, I'll weigh myself on the bathroom scale. Then I'll put her down. I'll weigh myself again. And her weight is ostensibly the difference between the 2 figures.
Yeah, I just wonder how accurate a bathroom scale is for that. If you're only measuring a difference of what's, less than, like 6 or 7% of the total weight.
Yeah.
Are the 2 readings going to be accurate enough to give you, an accurate reading of what that is?
On my own weight, between the bathroom scale here and the double beam balance at the gym, this one is within about 10%, maybe 10 or 12%. So it's not that bad, not that good.
Okay, now see, I've encountered that even going to different doctor offices within a couple of weeks of each other, I was getting a weight difference of 5 pounds. You know, and these are on the digital scales in the doctor's offices. You know, and it's like, I don't think my weight really fluctuated 5 pounds in a matter of 2 weeks.
Well, I've seen weight fluctuations on my own, depending on when I last ate, what I last ate, when I last went to the crapper. And it could be 5 pounds either way.
Yeah, it's possible. I just, you know, my weight tends to be pretty stable. So, you know, I don't see a big difference from month to month.
You don't impress me as the kind who gains readily, and you haven't got that much to lose.
Yeah. Again, it's the stupid weight charts, because at one point, you know, last year they said that I was, you know, kind of pushing the edge of what they would have considered overweight.
Oh, those charts are bullshit.
Which, yeah, well, that's what I told them flat out, is that, like, you know, I was up to 180 pounds. And I told them I don't know anyone my height who weighs less than I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, with me, there are people telling me that I know that I need to weigh a lot less than I do right now, but there are people telling me I need to weigh even less than I want to weigh. I was down to 140 several years, and I felt like shit. 140 as an adult, no, not me. I remember myself at 165, and I felt great. But I was 22 years old at the time.
Yeah. Well, that's until I moved here, really, until about, you know, 5 years ago, I had never weighed more than 170. So it's definitely that, you know, the diet here is not as good, that I put on extra weight. Because, you know, just like I say, fresh produce here it's hard to find good produce, and everything's more expensive. So I wind up eating a lot more starch than I used to eat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just around here, it literally is a meat and potatoes diet. You know, that you can get some cheap meat. You can get potatoes incredibly cheap. Everything else, the price is way jacked up from what I was used to paying before.
Yeah, and I mean, even I'll buy bagged salad, $1.50 for a bag, which is about £1, I think. But there are some days it's incredibly non-filling.
Yep.
You're not satiated by eating an entire bag of salad, and there are some days where I'll eat 4 bags, which is not what I want to do, because I want to lose the fucking weight. I remember 180, and I liked it. I'd like to get back. So that's from where I stand now to 180 is about 55, 60 pounds that I need to drop. Yeah, and it amazed me. I damn near fainted when Aaron told me that he weighed 240, because I weigh 240.
Yeah. Well, you know, and there is the thing that muscle is denser than fat.
So basically, though, what that means is that neither of you will make a bigger depression in the bed, so you won't end up like falling into each other's sides. That makes good bedfellows, Diana.
There you go.
I mean, I didn't insinuate anything there.
No, not to worry. No, there's this person by the name of Lalandra.
Yeah, no. all in good fun, of course.
Of course, absolutely.
Well, actually, I find that funny because I have several times been in relationships with women who were literally twice my size.
Oh, I had been with a lady that was easily 3 times my size. Like, I'm a small dude too, so like it's not hard to be that much bigger than me. But yeah, no, you tend to, even big bed, you still tend to gravitate towards the depression in the bed.
Yeah, that's when I was in the 140 to 160 pound range, I was usually dating women who weighed around 300 pounds.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. I mean, all the better.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm thinking back over the women with whom I've had relationships, that sort of thing. I can think of only 2 who weighed less than I did.
Fair enough.
My wife outweighed me by about 100.
Well, when I was like 140, 150 pounds, I used to say that I had to date women that were 300 pounds. Because if I dated somebody who was my own size, we wouldn't be able to hug because it would just be bones rattling together. So I needed a woman who had enough padding to make up for both of us.
Jack Sprat could eat no fat. His wife could eat no lean.
Yep. Actually, it's always been my preference, even from when I was in high school. Mostly because it's like in high school, I found that, the girls who were thin and pretty were usually bitches.
Yeah.
The ones who everybody considered too fat that they didn't want to pay attention to, those were actually the ones I could have a good conversation with and were worth spending some time with.
Yep.
So yeah, just from an early age, I developed a preference for the, girls who were rather on the heavy side.
Oh my. And then I had always gravitated toward the older girls. I remember I was working in an art supply department of a department store with a young lady. Oh man, I had a big crush on her. She was 21, I was 16.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even notice the age difference all that much, really, because everybody else thought I was older than I was. It's funny. When I was younger, everybody thought I was older. Now that I'm in my 60s, everybody thinks I'm younger. Go figure.
Well, I think part of that's a perception thing. That anyone who's under 40 thinks that 60 should look incredibly old.
Okay.
Nah. I literally met a guy. He was in his 70s. I think it was late 70s too. Today he was like a customer, and motherfucker didn't look over 50. And he was the sprightliest motherfucker you've ever met. Like, he does what is it? Square dancing. And he's done it for forever. And he's like used to be. He's not a big, strong dude, or he's a pretty average looking guy, but fit as a fiddle. Like when he told me his age, I just looked at him and I'm like, nah. And I mean, generally though, even at my age, and I'm between the 25 to 35 range, 60 isn't something I look at and go, oh, that's going to look really old. I think of 80. Like 80 is more that where I go, oh, they're going to look really old. Like. This is my opinion. I'm a youngster here, so I thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, and it is partially just a thing of perception and what people think. But
back to that subject again, I was amazed when Aaron thought I was 10 years younger than I am.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's no surprise.
Because, well, were you around when I was telling the story more than once? We're sitting around the table. Whatever reason, I said, I was born in 57. He wheels around. You were older than I am. I had already known he was born in '62.
I wish to have seen that. Like, I would have been just something to be there, to be a fly on the wall.
Yep. Well, it really was cool just to, see him in an environment where he was just totally relaxed and, that he wasn't trying to check what he said or anything. He just said whatever felt like coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's wonderful. Because everybody needs that, especially around new people. It can be hard to get to that place. So that's really cool.
Yeah, we started kind of talking a little bit about the stuff that was going on with the Stephen Woodford thing and everything else. And hey, would you happen to want to come on with me and talk about it one of these Sundays? He flips around. Hell no! Oh, that was amazing. Just to talk to these people as equals.
That's it. And I mean, that's because obviously that's how they look at you too.
And this is what really fucking amazes me. Okay, I know. I'm going to say it anyway. I have no idea how any of these folks could see me as an equal.
Well, I'd say the ridiculously smart brain you got, it'd be a good start.
Yeah.
I mean, that works in your favor, definitely.
Absolutely.
And the fact that you put out really cool content and it's intriguing and normally very funny, it's interactive, it's homely, or it's something that you feel like you want to come back to each time. So it doesn't surprise me at all, to be honest.
Oh yeah, definitely. I agree with all that. I also think it works from both ends in this instance that, I don't think Aaron, I don't think he wants to be a celebrity.
I wouldn't imagine he sees himself. I wouldn't imagine. Can I postulate? I wouldn't imagine that he'd see himself as one either. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
I know how you might imagine Brad Pitt would walk around going, I'm a celebrity. Like, as humble as he tries to be, but sorry.
Yeah, I think he's aware that a lot of people in the community feel he is one, but he doesn't see himself that way.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good trait. Like, it's something to maintain that sense of humility. Just being another person. No matter what they will say, you're not really anything special. Because even if technically somebody might be able to make the argument that you are, it's at least a better way to go about it to be like, for your own sanity even. Because you imagine how disconnected you become if you really thought you were better than everybody else.
Yeah.
That's where people do all sorts of silly things.
Well, can you imagine how Donald Trump must feel?
Oh God, I don't even want to imagine that.
He really believes that he's better than everybody else.
If anybody had gone from a situation of struggle into riches and then became president, they'd never have become they'd never be the sort of president that he'd be. Like that whole persona he has as your president is coming so strongly from his and just self-sense of entitlement.
Yeah. It's a frequent problem with people who, with people who inherit money or inherit a title.
Yeah, and now Boris in England. I mean, I feel terrible for. Hopefully, that won't last very long, but you don't know. Like,
is he going to be? Is he going to be prime minister for 2 weeks?
Who knows? It's not Australia. They don't kick him out every couple of weeks.
Yeah,
it is England, so they might leave him in for a while.
I want to know what they were
when the next election
elected him prime minister.
Yeah, from what I've been seeing from some of the Brits I watch, I have the feeling that he'll be there for a year or two, but probably not much longer than that. That, like Nacha said, he'll probably be there until the next general election. that they're not going to do anything special to kick him out, but they're not going to keep him around.
Yeah, as long as, hopefully, as long as he doesn't do anything completely ludicrous. But that's the problem with him. He's he's a bit like that, where you don't know, he might do something completely stupid.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Fuck it up within that
also
time.
The situation that they're in right now with the Brexit, that it's a situation that no matter what anyone does, half of the population is going to be upset about it.
Which is a bad situation to be in, because it gives the worse side easier opportunity to win. Basically.
Yeah, well, it's basically,
I'll be right back.
It is a situation where there is no winning move for the party in power.
Yeah. Well, the impression I got, and somebody correct me if I'm totally wrong, which I could easily be, that Johnson was basically a conservative that they could stick in to replace May for as long as they had.
Yeah, I think that's fairly much what I'm getting to. Yeah, it's, like I say, I think he's basically there to serve out the remainder of the term.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure when their next election is scheduled, but
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I'm barely up on U.S. politics, let alone UK. Although I should be up on UK more than I am. Because anymore it's looking like they're our mirror image.
Yeah, well, that is one thing that the more I'm doing stuff online, the more I am, because, I'm not getting it through the regular news sources. I'm actually hearing it from some of the people who live there.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, a good YouTuber to watch for that is the Britisher. Because one of his regular features is he does a regular program of the week that was. Which is basically just a half an hour piece he does on, primarily the UK, but the UK and European politics. Just kind of the highlights of the week of what all the politicians did and what they screwed up.
Well, that's always fertile ground.
Yeah. But he puts out a nice piece. It's well thought out. He's respectful about all of it. He doesn't get into the mudslinging or the name calling.
Oh, speaking of mudslinging, is it my imagination? Or while looking at the twatters that you do, I don't know how many politicians you follow, is it my imagination, or are they getting more mudslinging these days than I remember them being in the past?
I think they have gotten steadily worse over the last 15, 20 years. Like you're saying, what you had said before about how partisan the politics have gotten, that I think that's gone along with that as things have become more partisan and it's become more an us and them mentality, that they've gotten a lot more into just the derogatory and insulting politics.
Yeah, because they'll slap insults back and forth like it was a playground. And I don't know, maybe I wasn't paying that much attention, but I don't remember that sort of thing 20 years ago or 25 years ago.
I'm not sure exactly when it started. We certainly didn't see as much of it in the 80s and 90s, but sometime between then and now, it's kind of ramped up gradually year by year.
And especially the Southerners. Boy, they're bad with that. But well, I got myself on 3 lists, I'm pretty sure, because of my comments to the idiot politicians insulting each other back and forth. We'll see what happens to that list.
Guys, I might get cruising. Thanks for having me on, Pips.
Okay. You're always welcome. You know that.
I know. I always appreciate it. Like, not every week I can get on, so when I can, it's always nice just to chill.
Yeah, whenever you get
again, not you.
Yeah. Sorry, dude. I know you're eating. Hope you're enjoying your meal. All right.
Well, given that I started like this, I may as well end. Y'all have a really good night. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Adios.
Yeah, Orla's saying in the side chat that most likely we'll be getting another extension on Brexit in another general election.
I thought they said that was absolutely not going to happen.
Okay, Orla also said that they posted a video yesterday on it, so guess we'll have to go check that video out.
I guess so, yeah.
I had heard something that like they were actually pressuring the Queen to go and, talk to whoever was in charge of it about getting another Brexit extension.
Okay.
But, a lot of people were saying that, that wasn't appropriate, that the monarch has never done anything like that. That, basically this is something the prime minister needs to handle.
Interesting that they would go that step up then if they're doing it at all.
Okay, Orla's saying it's just stuff that they posted on Twitter, not YouTube. So I guess I didn't see that string. I had so many notifications, I kind of skipped through a lot of stuff. Okay, but we have been going for about 5 hours here, so I probably should be shutting this down and get to sleep before the sun comes up.
Move beef.
Yeah, it's getting close to sunrise, isn't it?
I think probably about another half hour, 45 minutes where I am.
Yeah, it's just shy of 6 a.m. here. And, well, let me have a look here. Hang on here. Este patrante pal colegi. Sunrise. Pittsburgh. 6:12 a.m. is sunrise here. Yeah, it's getting later. Damn it.
I'm going to sleep till noon today. I haven't done that for years.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That I can't be sleeping too late because I got to get my car out to where I've got a garage so I can work in it and see what I need to do to exhaust. Yeah, it's just being loud, so I think it probably burned a hole through the exhaust somewhere. But I gotta get under it first to figure out, what piece is bad and what I need to replace so I can order the parts.
Fun.
But anyway.
Okay.
I think
why don't we shut it down here, and thank you everybody for coming.
Well,
so, Johnny, you got anything interesting happening that you want to promote?
Well, I've been I've been kind of patching a green screen together, and I'm gonna have another video coming out here in a few days, finally.
Okay, we'll be watching for that.
You better be there and comment.
Hey, I usually do.
I know you do. But anyway, that's what I'm going to be doing.
Okay.
I don't know. What is going on? There's really nothing except for complaining about fucking politicians and I don't know.
Well, I'm actually grateful for a bit of a lull here because I'm still trying to catch up on things.
Yeah, pretty much. I got away from everything for a while because I've been working so hard, but it felt good to kind of have that little bit of a break, I guess.
Yeah.
But I'm back.
Well, I'm certainly never going to be one of the big YouTube creators. I'm,
Why would you want to be? Then you got so many people that you aren't even able to pay attention to. You know?
Right. Well, and that's kind of how I feel about it, that I really don't want my channel to get to the point that I can't respond to the people who comment on my stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that. I don't want that at all. I really wouldn't.
So yeah, these people, anybody who's even got like 10,000 subscribers, it's like you can't possibly be reading most of the comments.
Probably 10,000 is like one of the worst numbers you could be at because you're not really making money and you got to keep really busy to keep up with that many.
Yeah.
If you want to keep a good amount of subscribers, you want to keep them satisfied.
Oh, okay. Johnny Randolph is asking if you can post a link to your channel in the side chat there.
I think I can. Maybe. I'm not.
Or send him a link on Twitter. I could find it here if I go back.
It's Johnny Drive-By is what it is, but let's see.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I still don't get about YouTube is it's like it gives me a list of all the channels I'm subscribed to, but it does not give you any way to sort that list.
Right.
I should be able to check something to sort it alphabetically so I could find one particular channel instead of just scrolling through this list of 300 channels trying to find the one I'm looking for.
Tell me if that link works, Richard.
Well, I remember a time when the list on the left side of the YouTube screen actually was sorted by the number of videos that had been uploaded since you last looked at the channel. So let's say I looked at my own channel last week, and in that week I had uploaded 6 videos. It would have a number 6 next to my entry, and then somebody else might have a number 4 and a number 2 and that sort of thing. So you got the more active channels up top. Now that doesn't happen.
I think what it's actually doing now is I think it's just every time a channel posts something, it moves that one to the top of the list. So I think what I'm just seeing are the channels that have posted in the last day or two are the ones at the top of the list.
Okay, so if you want to be at the top of that list, you would have to post every day, basically.
Which is basically what I'm seeing, that, Mr. Atheist and Cirrus are always at the top of the list because they're putting something up almost every day.
Awesome.
And you got twat burgers like me who post once a week. And then you get people like Artie who post maybe twice a year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were saying something about shutting down.
Yep.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
Okay, just to make sure you got it there, Randolph.
Yeah. No,
I copied Johnny's link and I sent you a DM in Twitter just to make sure you've got that.
I think he is already subscribed to my channel. To be honest with you, I think because we were in this DM together with Faye.
Yep.
The Wonder Lady.
Yeah, I'm terrible with schedules, so it's like even if I could be posting more often, there's no way I'd ever get it on a schedule that it would be consistently posting on the same day of the week. I just don't do that stuff.
Regular schedule? I'm afraid of those. I have a bad fear of them.
Okay, well, yeah, we do need to shut down here and
alrighty,
get horizontal for a while.
All right, well, have a good night, everybody.
Okay, so
good night, kids.
Bye-bye, everybody in the side. Here goes the button.